is testimony from CASA that I mentioned yesterday that it was listed on the agenda to be written only, and we didn't have any in your folder. So you do have it today. So at some point you want to take a look at that from yesterday. I don't think I have any other announcements right now. We've got a really packed schedule today, so we'll try to keep things moving. So we're going to start off this morning with a presentation on the Safe Haven baby boxes. And I'll call this first thing, I'll call on Angie Malik. Welcome to the committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Sorry, is that working? Okay, sorry. My name is Angie Malik, and I reside in Ottawa, Kansas, which is in Franklin County. And first, I'd like to thank Representative Susan Concanon for inviting me to come speak. I'm here today because I want to spread awareness about the Safe Haven law and why myself and others across the state want to see a change in how the law is written. I'm not here to ask for any funding, only to bring your attention to the Safe Haven law and why legislation should be amended. The Kansas Safe Haven law allows a parent or other person having lawful custody to surrender an infant to any employee who is on duty at a fire station, city or county health department, or medical care facility. The issue with this is that it states an infant must be surrendered to an employee rather than placed inside of a baby box. In order to explain why this change is needed, I'm going to tell you about the Safe Haven Baby Box organization that originated in Indiana. There are currently 7 states in the United States that are using Safe Haven baby boxes, which include Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Alabama, Florida, New Mexico, and Arkansas. There are 7 more states that the Safe Haven Baby Box organization is in the process of working with to have them installed in those states as well. 3 states which have already passed legislation to allow installation of baby boxes in their state, which is Maine, Pennsylvania, and Missouri. As of right now, there are currently 121 functioning Safe Haven baby boxes in the United States. Monica Kelsey founded Safe Haven Baby Boxes in 2015 after an inspiring trip to South Africa. During this trip, Monica saw a baby box in action and saw how it provided a safety net for parents in crisis. Monica made it her mission to help parents in crisis, as her own birth mother was when she abandoned Monica as an infant. The first step is raising awareness and education to the public about the Safe Haven law. Safe Haven Baby Boxes launched the first baby box in America at a fire station in April of 2016. Safe Haven Baby Boxes provides an anonymous option for parents to safely surrender their infant. Illegal abandonments show us that mothers are seeking to keep their identity secret. We seek to rewrite the story by giving mothers and innocent infants a better chance. The infant will then go through a closed adoption and the parents from prosecution. The Safe Haven Baby Box is a state-of-the-art device. It legally permits a mother in crisis to safely, securely, and anonymously surrender her unwanted newborn. The baby box is a climate-controlled safety device provided for under a state safe haven law. The installation of the box occurs on the exterior wall of a manned firehouse or hospital. Prior to the box installation, tests occur at every state of design, development, and deployment. It features multiple alarms in the device which alert first responders that there has been a baby surrendered. The box's alarms are tested weekly to ensure there will be no failures. None of these alarm systems have ever failed. The staff responsible for the box is trained on how the device operates. The parent opens the door to the baby box on the outside of the building, which triggers a silent alarm, and a call goes to 911 dispatch. The infant is placed in a medical bassinet that is a feature for additional safety, and a sensor located on the inside of the box triggers a second 911 dispatch call. The exterior door automatically locks upon placement of the newborn. Within 5 minutes, the infant will be rescued by first responders. An interior door allows a medical staff member to secure the surrendered newborn from inside the designated building. An evaluation of the infant occurs, including medical examination at the hospital. Communities need safe haven baby boxes because it provides the opportunity to proactively save lives of children. Since many are not aware of the safe haven law, the lack of knowledge about the law and anonymity has produced devastating results of some babies being abandoned. Many women in crisis want and need anonymity when surrendering an infant, either because of fear of being recognized, the stigma associated with surrendering their baby, or fear of prosecution due to the lack of understanding of the safe haven law. The baby box is tangible and the safe haven law is not. By having a baby box in communities, you are providing opportunity to further educate, bring awareness about the law, and provide more options for parents in crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we'll probably have some questions, but we'll wait till we hear all the testimony and then come back to that. So next we'll hear from TJ Weissman, Fire Chief from the City of McPherson. Good morning.
Good morning. Sometimes I have a booming voice, so I apologize if I'm too loud. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a different angle of that, a real-life situation that occurred to me while I was on duty early in my career. First of all, I appreciate you guys listening to us this morning and allowing us to testify in front of you. My name is TJ Weissman. I am the Fire Chief in the City of McPherson. I've been in the fire service for 20 years. I've also been a SWAT medic for 11 years. I am no longer a SWAT medic, but that was a good portion of my career as well. You have my official testimony, so I'm not going to, and it's submitted on the subject, I'm not going to read that line for line for you. I hope that each of you take time to read that. This journey started for me in 2008 when an Amber Alert was issued for a missing infant, possibly kidnapped in McPherson, Kansas. We received a call for service to conduct a search for the infant. During that search, information was learned that the baby had possibly been discarded in a polycart trash can. The trash collection was taking place in that area of interest, so we frantically stopped that trash service and continued our search. Unfortunately, an LEO, a law enforcement officer, found the baby, and it was indeed discarded in a polycart trash dumpster. I'm going to read to you the portion of their report when those officers came upon that. At the time, the sergeant and I began walking west on Hill Street. We reached the alley that ran between the 500 block of Maple and Walnut. When we reached the alley, we decided to take one last look before we cleared from the area. Behind the residence of 521 North Maple, the sergeant and I noticed an open trash polycart with the serial number on the front of it. I walked towards the polycart to look inside. Upon looking inside, I saw a baby laying in the polycart. The baby was laying on its left side. There was a bag full of trash holding the baby up on its left side. The baby's head was facing the bottom of the polycart. The baby was laying with its back against the north side of the polycart, with the top of its head facing the east side of the polycart. This is very important. As I gasped, Sergeant looked in the polycart as I moved the trash bag so I could pick up the baby. The sergeant radioed to dispatch the location of the baby at 13:05 hours and requested EMS to our location to check the baby. I picked up the baby from the polycart. As I picked up the baby, I felt the blanket that was very wet. I carried the baby over the north side of the alley where EMS was awaiting the 200 block of Hill Street. I handed the baby to the EMT. That officer definitely had some PTSD from that situation. I think everybody involved in that day had PTSD from that situation. And this is a telling sign of how this law is inadequate currently. The officer that found that baby is no longer a police officer. He lasted for a couple more months. After that incident, he couldn't take that anymore. And he got out of law enforcement. The current state statute, the Newborn Infant Protection Act, requires a person to surrender that infant who's 60 days or younger to a first responder or a medical care facility. They're physically going to have to come hand me that baby. They're going to have to look at me in the eye and hand over that baby. There's a few issues with that current statute. Not a lot of new mothers know about it. It's not well known what to do. That's not something we're teaching in school. That's not information that's going out in brochures very often. People don't know. And these young women have no idea what to do. They're in a bad situation already. It might have been from a sexual assault. It might have been something they're hiding from their parents. You have no idea. They might be in drugs. They might have all kinds of situations going on that is unbeknownst to us. As regular citizens, we don't know what everyone's going through. This is not well known. The mother being required to surrender face-to-face, there's a few issues with that too. Maybe not, we may not be at the fire station. And you might consider that when they're surrendering them to a fire station. And I would suggest that's the appropriate place. I know a lot of people trust the fire service. I've worked my entire career to build that trust and maintain that trust with the public. It's probably the most likely place that they're going to surrender a baby. But you have to understand that we have jobs that when that alarm goes off, they have to answer that call as well. So we might not be there. And there's no efficient system set up currently to allow us to take that possession of that baby if we're not at the fire station. An infant rescue crib such as this allows that. It allows that to transpire for us to know about it. It's no different than the fire alarms that are in this building. These things are tried and true technology. They've been around for a long time. The fire service is very, very much standard-driven organization. And we take care of our equipment, an apparatus like this, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. I also want you guys to consider the crippling embarrassment, stigma, and shame of walking up already in a crisis and have to hand that baby over to a first responder and look us in the eyes. Not only is that going to be hard on them, it's going to be hard on us. Please take that into consideration, that there's two sides of this. And these things are transpiring all over. The infant rescue crib and baby box allows women more options and rights. Plain and simply, it does. It gives them more options. They can surrender the baby safely without embarrassment or shame to the face-to-face surrender, not face any criminal charges for abandonment. Because if they leave that baby when we're not there and they ring that doorbell and run, and we're not there, that's still abandonment. They know the baby will receive immediate medical attention and services. We strive to provide the best, absolute best care to our patients every day. Constant pursuit of excellence. That's our motto in the fire services. We have advanced life support providers that are going to be to that infant in seconds. We have tools and the training to rescue that baby, to help it with whatever medical condition it has, and to possibly save its life if it needs it. They can leave written information about the baby. Right? They could do that too if they handed them face-to-face. Again, but you have the other things that are going on with it. It will contain information for the mothers to make contact for help or for information about how they can contact the right agencies about their baby in the future. That provides an opportunity for whatever crisis these women are in to maybe be reunited with their baby in the future and a successful outcome. The infant rescue crib or baby box is a highly sophisticated apparatus, and Angie just talked about that. It has alarms indicated when the doors are open. You open the door, we're going to know about it. They're not going to know about it, but we are. That's instantly going to go off, send a silent alarm to our dispatch. Dispatch is going to do that. They process those calls in less than a minute. When the baby's placed in the bassinet, like Angie said, there's a pressure sensor. They're going to see that. That second alarm is going to go off. And dispatch is going to be notified that there is an actual baby. There's not just somebody opening the box. Something was actually placed in there. So that's confirmation. That now takes that and escalates that up from just a routine call to this is an emergency. This is a life-threatening emergency. The door locks when it's closed. After they shut that door, there's no going back. Okay? We're going to be called. We're going to answer that call for service, and we're going to provide whatever medical aid we need to. The life support systems kick on to maintain the oxygen levels at 21% room air, as well as climate sustainable for life. The system's tested on a regular basis, and alarms are dispatched to members if they're out of the building. We're pursuing an amendment of this current legislation, the Newborn Infant Protection Act, to allow these baby boxes or infant rescue cribs. This would allow women more options, promote awareness to the people that need it, to surrendering their infants, avoiding the fear, stigma, misunderstanding, and hopefully avoiding any future incidents that we live through. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your service to your community. Committee, do we have questions? Senator Gossage.
First of all, thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this to us, and thank you both for being here. Just a quick question. Do you have a copy of the amendment that you are proposing?
I do not have one with me, ma'am. It's Senate Bill 490 from last year.
I think since we bring that up, I think I'll call on Jenna. She worked on that bill last year. And do you want to just kind of give us a summary of the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jenna Moyer, Officer of Advisor of Statutes. Senate Bill 490 would amend KSA 382282 to provide the option to surrender an infant to what we call an infant refuge crib to avoid the specific brand name Safe Haven Baby Box in case there's other companies. And it defines what would be required of that crib to be installed in a facility that has people there 24 hours a day and is staffed, that the area is visible to the public, and in the technical requirements of the crib, being equipped with an automatic lock, like the chief mentioned, in addition to temperature controls and an alarm systems. And then it would change this law to allow a person to surrender an infant, not just to an employee of that facility, but also to the refuge crib. And then when an employee finds that child, the employee would then be allowed to take physical custody of the infant, and then the rest of the what's called the Newborn Infant Protection Act procedures would come into play. And the bill would also require a facility that chose to install one of these, so it's not a mandate. It would just give the option for either the police station, fire station, hospital to install one of these, to check them every single day, and to have alarms tested twice per day. And if there are further questions, I'll be happy to talk about more of the specifics about how that statute works.
Jenna, was this brought before a committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was, I believe, introduced by the Committee on Judiciary, and then it was referred a little bit late in the session, so close to, it was the deadline week, referred to the Committee on Public Health and Welfare.
Which, of course, I serve on both of those committees, and I don't recall us working this bill or going through this.
Yes, it did not receive a hearing.
Okay. Thank you so much. And one last question, Madam Chair. Are these, do we know how many of the fire stations currently have these in place?
I mean, there would be none in Kansas because it's not a legal option to surrender a child and get that protection.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
It's my understanding that we need to do a fix statewide, but that there was an option for communities to make some specific changes that unique to, but I don't believe there, isn't that what you were looking towards in Ottawa?
Correct. There is some legal reasons why our city attorney, Blaine Finch, did not want to go around the law because it's just beneficial statewide to make those changes than to do it city by city, just to change a city ordinance.
Had you, when you started looking at this and then went to Blaine about it, did you, had you heard of a city doing that?
There's only one city that I'm aware of. It's Espinal, New Mexico, that did it.
Okay. All right, yeah, I think this is the right way to do it, to look at it statewide.
Yeah, I mean, that's, like I said in my testimony, there's several states that have they're just now passing the legislation. They're working with 7 other states to get that changed. So it's done statewide.
Well, I appreciate you bringing it to our attention and to Blaine's attention.
And I would just like to add quickly that you can do a quick reference on your own if you'd like, but I am aware that there was a baby in a trash dumpster in Lawrence, Douglas County on Channel 41 News back in 2016, and also in Riley County, Manhattan, City of Manhattan, back in 2019 that the media covered. We don't know, obviously, how many that have been abandoned across the state through the years that the media didn't cover or that we are just still not aware of that was never found.
Okay. I've got Representative Neighbor and then Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is for Chief Weissman? Weissman, sorry. You mentioned that there were times that you weren't at the station. Certainly that would be, you needed to be at the fire scene. So if a person came in and left a child in the box and you were not there, you will be notified by dispatcher. Would you send somebody back, or is there someone else in the building that could immediately take charge of that? How would you address that?
Yes, ma'am. So we would have, obviously, when we have an incident, you have to backfill that station. However, you have a second station that would be dispatched to that location. So if one fire crew is busy, another fire crew may not be busy across the community and be dispatched to that location. So there's various ways of dealing with that, not only with us, but also having law enforcement available as well as EMS available. So if we're tied up on an incident that we have all fire resources, we still have other first responders that are available to answer those calls.
So if it was a call for 2 stations because it was a larger fire, you have access, the police then would take over, or an EMS or someone would come over and facilitate?
Yeah, so typically, and this happens every day, we triage those calls. Obviously, this is a life-threatening emergency that we know about versus an emergency that we don't know if there's life-threatening on that emergency. So we would upgrade the life-threatening emergency that is known above a different call and query the other call. So for instance, if we had a fire crew that was out on an automatic fire alarm, that is not, I would much rather burn a building to the ground than lose a human life. So I would turn away from that call because it's unknown if there's any life, and I would go after the life-threatening call. Typically, we could accomplish both, if that makes sense, just with our resources in a fairly small community in Kansas. And I think that's fairly reasonable to say about all communities our size and larger, that they could adequately answer those calls if that came in.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellent question. I will just tell you, as a former director of public safety and a police chief, what he is explaining is we have mutual aid. And in my jurisdiction in Leavenworth County, I'm not in law enforcement anymore, but clearly with mutual aid, we would have a secondary station coming from another jurisdiction automatically. I can't believe it would, Chief, would you say 5 minutes tops before you have a law enforcement? I mean, they're coming from somewhere, and the dispatcher has that in their protocols. I actually did serve in McPherson County with another agency, and we had mutual aid with McPherson, and clearly if they had something happening, we were on standby over in Lindsborg. That's not going to be an issue at all. Our radio communications, et cetera. If it's a volunteer department, they're going to be putting out a second and a third page. So you've got people coming. So I think that's great. My question, Chief, for the volunteer departments, which we know in rural areas are not always fully stationed. I mean, that's just the way it is. This isn't probably going to be an option for them, is it?
I would disagree with that. I know that there's states that have already implemented it. It initially came on as career departments only. And then as they saw the deployment of this apparatus, they've recently allowed it at volunteers as well. And again, the communication pathways that you just talked about, with the alarms in this box and the amount of testing that's going on with them, I feel very safe to say that we have, I'm not saying that something couldn't occur, but we're doing our due diligence to make sure that it doesn't. And I think that a volunteer agency can do the exact same thing. They just have to meet those standards. Now, obviously, if they're not meeting those standards, it's no different than any other code violation, in my opinion. They shouldn't have that option. And maybe there's some clawback teeth put into this legislation that takes that option away from them or ensures that they have to meet some type of performance standard to ensure the box or the apparatus is working correctly.
I'm trying to think back. What was your response time from McPherson over to Lindsborg on a mutual aid? Do you remember?
By the time we're notified, I would say at most it's going to be 15 minutes. And realistically, I think we could probably get an officer there, a fire officer there, and who's running in a pickup much quicker. Usually they're running probably a little bit in the 8 to 10 minute range.
So the fundraising part of this, how successful, maybe you have this, how well has the fundraising part of this functioned to get these in? Because I think that's probably a critical issue for us paying for it. How's that worked?
Yeah, it's all private donations and fundraising. I don't know, I can't give you the exact statistics of how, but basically they don't obviously put one in until they have all the funds. I don't think it takes that long. Obviously, there's 121 boxes that have been installed across the United States. So as far as how long it takes, it just depends on the community and how much the need is there and how many people are willing to, how many people see the need and are willing to donate toward it. But yeah, as far as the statistics on the fundraising, I really don't know.
So within this state, who will be our promoting, because this has to be promoted. And this is the first time I've heard this. I've been out of the business for a while, but who do we look for to promote this in the media and get it out to everybody? I'm just looking for suggestions.
Well, the media, I know Kansas City 5 News has been running every baby box or every baby that's been abandoned Lately, I've been seeing them, and then when the safe haven baby boxes have been contacted about that, I've been seeing that several times on KCTV5 News, so I know that they run with it.
So I think this is collectively, this could
Could you,
be,
yeah, please come to the mic.
collectively, this could be multiple agencies that are promoting this, obviously. And we do this relatively efficiently with other things as well. Wearing seatbelts, that's effectively promoted by a lot of agencies. And this is one that I could see us very much promoting in the fire service. From our community, we already have the funds available. We have the donations available to install this. We just don't have the ability to because the law inhibits that. So that's already in place for us. But to answer your question about promotion, I think that's kind of anybody that's interested in that has a vested interest in that outcome should be promoting that. I do think digital age is much easier too. I think having an app that they can find those around the state is something that this particular company that Angie spoke about does, so they can get on an app and actually look and see where a baby box is. And if there's not one in their community, maybe they can get it to the neighboring community. So that's with the communication links that we have or pathways that we have today. I think there's tons of ways to promote it. And I think that all agencies that have vested interest should be promoting it.
I, for one, am the one who contacted the city commissioners in Ottawa that was in favor of it, including our fire chief, Tim Mathias, and Attorney Blaine Finch. He basically, my child passed away and I was doing it for memorial for her. That's why I went to the city commissioners about it. And so it's, like I said, fundraising, that's what I was willing to do to try in the community to try to raise the funds. And then in addition to our memorial contribution.
I just add to the committee and chair, I think I was part of the system when we went to the AEDs, when nobody had them. And local departments started saying, help, let's fundraise, put it on all the fire trucks, put one into each police car. We had no trouble whatsoever getting funding for that. And today you can't walk through a school building or anywhere else where there's not an AED and or training. And that's a standard in most places. I'm all in on this. Absolutely. We got to do this. And I just would like to know why Blaine Finch didn't get it called up. You can't answer that.
No, I cannot.
Well, he got a hold of me as soon as they had their conversation, so.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll let him off the hook.
Yeah, no, he reached out to me a month or two ago after it was brought to his attention. Representative Neighbor.
One quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as maintenance and upkeep, who then would be responsible, or is that going to continue as a fundraising need? Is the department going to pick that up? City?
Do you know the answer to that?
Yeah, so
Okay.
for us, we are going to maintain that. Once that's donated to the city and the city commission accepts that donation, we then take the onus of the responsibility of the upkeep and maintenance of that apparatus in the future.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, yeah, we can. I think maybe my question's for the chief. Like some of our communities, I live in a really small community that has a volunteer fire department. Are they doing those, are there small towns doing that, like maybe at the emergency room instead of at the fire station, or?
That's a very good place to do that instead. A police station that's manned, any of those places that are manned 24 hours would be great. Obviously, a lot of small towns even have law enforcement, and they're utilizing that law enforcement 24/7. So there's various options out there. It's not just fire departments, but medical facilities, law enforcement facilities. You have a lot of various options to kind of support that in the small towns as well.
Okay, and then the other question I had was, do you have anybody pulling pranks with it, you know.
You could, very well. That happens all the time with other things. But again, if the alarm system, when they open that door, that alarm, we have nuisance alarms all the time. However, that second alarm where they actually place a baby in the bassinet is confirming that somebody just placed something in that box. So that redundant alarm system in there. So again, also, if somebody opens the door and that alarm happens to fail, that secondary alarm, we always work with redundancy in the fire service, is going to go off, right? So that redundant alarm is going to confirm to us too that there's a baby in that box or something to put in that box. But very much there could be somebody opening it and closing it and it's going to lock, and that's just part of having them.
Okay, Representative Carlson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you wouldn't mind staying, thank you. So you speak a lot about anonymity and the things like that. So there will not be any cameras outside filming these people as they leave their child. Is that correct?
So I can't guarantee that as they're walking up, they're not caught on camera by something. We were going to position that in an inconspicuous place. So it would not catch it from our building per se, but a neighboring building, I can't control that, obviously. But where we're going to place it, it is a safe place for them to do it anonymously.
All right, and that was my question, but I thought as you promote things that most people are going to wonder if they're going to be caught, if that's the biggest thing. I mean, the child's life should be the biggest thing, but if that is one of the reasons that they're using this, we just want to be sure. And so the other thing is my question, so what you need is for us to change this law.
Amend it. Yes, ma'am.
So that's what our job is to start with so that we can start making letting these communities raise the money and start implementing everything that you have talked about.
Yeah, we also looked at home rule, and because this applies equally to all 105 counties, I'm not an attorney, but this has been explained to me that it has to, because it's applied equally to all 105 counties, it has to be changed through you guys.
And then my last question is, I'm sorry, so the fire department, if that's where these, and it's going to be probably different in each town, each community, so whichever facility agrees to install this, then that's going to be like in the fire department's budget from then on, the hospital's budget from then on, the police department's budget. So even if it would happen to be a church or something, then that continuing upkeep is going to need to be built into their budget. And so they're going to have to be agreeable to that. Is that correct?
I'm going to assume that based off of what I know is in McPherson and the response from our commission. Once they accept that donation to install that, they are going to maintain it. It's no different. We had a 1928 American LaFrance fire truck gifted back to the city, and we actually raised $150,000 to restore it. It's beautiful. But they are tasked with maintaining it now and operating it. So that's built into our budget. Obviously, they took on that. They knew that was going to happen. So they're taking that onus on to the future that they're going to maintain.
That's great. It was just for clarification, just to make sure that that is, known to everything. So thank you very, very much. Appreciate bringing this to us.
Okay, next I'm going to go to Senator Baumgardner, and then I'll catch the questions online.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. Just a few quick questions. Obviously, the location, either in a hospital, exterior, or fire department, but talk to us about how it's being applied in some of these other states in the larger cities. I think of just some of our metropolitan areas, such as Johnson County, where we have multiple hospitals, multiple hospital-related emergency centers, and quite a few fire stations. So how in a metro area that might have multiple cities and multiple hospitals and facilities. So how do other states, I look at Oklahoma, how does Tulsa and Oklahoma City, how do they handle that location so that individuals would know how to utilize?
Well, it's kind of like what I was discussing in my testimony about a lot of women don't know about the safe haven law. And you put a box so you can advertise the box or the bassinet. You put it, basically, like what I would like to do is continue my fundraising and put a billboard on the interstate, because the interstate runs right through Ottawa. I think that's a great advertisement. That's what they do, is they start advertising around with brochures and billboards and different ways to just tell them the location of the box, which then in return brings attention to the law, that the law exists. As far as what community, like what cities within a metropolitan area, it's all about who wants to do the fundraising or has the funds to put toward that, and where they want to install it. It's up to the people in that area. If Overland Park really wants one, but Gardner doesn't, it's up to the people in the area that wants to do the fundraising and do the work to do it, and go to their city commissioners. It's basically, like I said, it's just because, we want one doesn't mean that Gardner's going to want one. But I think from following the Safe Haven baby box stories and how almost one's getting installed weekly here the last few weeks, I think following that is really interesting when I started following it, because it just goes to show you how necessary and how much more the need is there that we aren't aware of. I think that once people see it work and how beneficial it is and that it is saving children's lives, that more and more communities will be on board with it and want to do the fundraising.
Okay. And in any of the other states, does the agency, such as our DCF, do they kind of help with the process? Are they applying for federal grants, perhaps for funding or advertising?
I really don't know how much DCF is involved, other than, of course, adoption for the child. But I really don't think so. I don't think that they're involved.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think that that's a possibility, and like Representative Johnson, I'm all in as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, online we have Senator Faust Godot.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. My question is for Chief. Is it Wiseman or Wiseman?
Wiesman.
Wiseman. Well, I was going to give him the credit for being a wise man. Chief, in your amendment to the bill, you said that the woman would place the baby in the crib. Would they have to be required to leave any information of who they are to avoid that, the abandonment charge or that shame that you mentioned?
No, ma'am, from my understanding, it is not required. We would, however, love to have whatever medical history we could get from them, anything that they could provide, as well as information for them to be able to reach out later would be in that box. So there is pamphlets in there for the mother, but if they come with nothing, that's fine. It would be helpful if they gave us any kind of medical history on the infant.
And then, Madam Chair or Chief, did I hear that there would be cameras there or not?
That would be negative. We would not put a camera over the area that this would be placed at the fire station currently where we're at. Obviously, I can't speak for elsewhere in the neighborhood if they're walking up, that they wouldn't be caught on a neighboring gas station camera or a neighboring building.
And Madam Chair, final question. Would the mother So if they left that medical information or other information you stated, would they then be contacted ever again in some form or fashion? Thank you, Madam Chair.
You know, I'm not really the professional to speak to that. I think that's a DCF question of after we've delivered medical care, life-saving medical care, what happens in that process later on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Esau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure exactly who my questions might go to. So if there's someone who's specific or if it's just staff for the future. One of them is, we know when a mom's in crisis, she's not going to be thinking, where can I go? What's that phone number I saw on a gas station thing? So obviously promoting this a lot so that hopefully she could find that information is important, but we don't always know why she might be in crisis. It might be something that, substance abuse. It might be her mental ability to be able to care for someone. She might be in a domestic violence situation where she thinks this is the only way to save the baby's life. And perhaps it's a permanent choice she's making, but perhaps it's just that moment of crisis. Is there any way, and I thought I heard something, that if later she realized that she's now in a place of safety, that she could come back, provide evidence, it'd have to obviously be something like DNA, to show that this is her child and perhaps to be reunited if it hasn't been too long a period, and without having, the repercussions of you abandoned your baby in this safe box here. That's one of my questions, and I'm not remembering the other one. So if anybody has an answer to that one, or if it's just something that staff could get back to us later on, what that might be.
Okay, Jenna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Jenna Moyer, Reviser, Statutes Office. If we look to the statute that would be amended or that would have been amended in Senate Bill 490 from this year, the abandoning parent by relinquishing the custody of the infant to either an employee of the hospital, fire station, community health department, et cetera, it would constitute, and this is on page 3 of the bill in subsection, paragraph 2, the relinquishing parent's voluntary delivery of an infant in accordance with this section shall constitute the parent's implied consent to adoption of such infant and a voluntary relinquishment of such parent's rights. And so what that would do is it would put it into the realm of a termination of parental rights proceeding, and the court process would take effect at that point. If, let's say that a father dropped the child off and the mother didn't agree to it, and then found out, the mother would then be able to initiate proceedings and indicate, hey, I didn't want to give up the baby, through that court process in the termination of parental rights. And so they would be required to, the court has to publish notice that, hey, this baby has been abandoned, we're going to institute proceedings, and the court process would take over from there. So there would be a small amount of time, depending on, how heavy the court docket is, but it would be at least a 30-day period for a parent to establish those rights before the adoption would take place. But generally, in Kansas law, if an adoption is finalized, it's final, and there's no way to go about it unless there's been a legal flaw. If a person was under distress, being threatened with their lives, you have to adopt the baby. But generally, when adoption is final, it's final.
Okay, Representative Esau, did you think of your other question?
I did not. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. And I think, we've talked a lot about how to raise awareness of it, a marketing campaign, but that's going to have to be individual to each community. But I think, a role the state could play in that is maybe develop a toolbox, for a community that is interested in it. This is what other communities have done, and maybe go at it in an organized way through something like that. But otherwise,
Chair,
yes,
I
Representative
did
Esau?
think of my other.
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't know if maybe this is just something to consider with if we're enacting this bill and putting it in statute. if there was something when they arrive at that baby box, and maybe I missed it, that says, if you're in crisis, here's places you can go if you need financial support or if you need protection from an abusive partner, something like that. I don't know if that was part of what's in the baby box or not. That was just a thought I had.
Okay, yeah, thanks for bringing that back up, Angie.
Yes, they do. They put some information for the women in crisis for whatever kind of help that they need. My understanding is there's a 24/7 hotline that's available through that particular organization, Safe Haven Baby Box. That way it's 24/7. But that is provided to them. It's just like a little bag with a bunch of information in it for them to take when they drop the baby off.
Okay. All right. I have exhausted all of the questions that I see. Are there any more online? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for being here and bringing this to our attention. This was really great. We've got another meeting of this committee in November, and then we will have an annual report and submit some recommendations. And I would imagine with all of the interest that we've had today that this would be one of the recommendations that we will be interested in putting forward for legislation for next year. So thank you. Okay. So next up, we're going to revisit the care providers, and we have Dr. Jennifer Hansen with us, back with us. We've invited you so many times, I just feel like you're almost part of my committee. I will say that one of the reasons why that I was interested in hearing a bit of an update from you was the fact that many people know that we talked about this in committee and that the bill that we had did not make it through the conference committee process. And so I was able to, in appropriations, to get a proviso put onto the budget that allows for a one-year pilot. And so that's just gone into effect. So I'll turn it over to you and you can tell me the status.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me back. We are always happy to come and talk with you guys. So just as sort of a really brief recap, I know I've been here lots of times, the care provider network that has been proposed sort of has two major parts. The first part is to establish a network of medical providers across the state who receive some additional training in evaluating children for child abuse and neglect. And in addition to that training, are linked with an expert mentor. So one of us child abuse pediatricians, either in the Kansas City area or in Wichita, so that they have direct one-on-one mentorship to make sure that they're, that they have the support they need out in their local communities to appropriately evaluate these kids. The second part of this network is to establish a medical triage system. And so the gist of that is that when a DCF specialist receives an assigned investigation for physical abuse or neglect, they submit a one-page written summary that's really brief. It shouldn't take more than a couple minutes to fill out. They submit it to us electronically. We review the allegations and then make a recommendation for whether or not this child, the alleged victim child, needs medical care. And if they do need medical care, what is the best setting for that child to be seen? Is this something that they can see their regular doctor for? Do they need to see a doctor who has some of that additional specific child abuse training? So I will start with the care provider network. With the funding that has been appropriated through the proviso, some key stakeholders across the state have been doing some planning since July. So KDHE, the Kansas chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, DCF, as well as some input from some KU people, from the AGO, from other areas. We have been doing some planning and have been working to get this program sort of up and operational. So the first part is the care provider network. We have planned our first training for providers across the state. It will be occurring here in a couple of weeks, September 29th and 30th in Salina. Our goal was to have 20 providers across the state registered. I think you guys have written testimony for us. On the back, there's a map of the state. So as of last week, we had 23 providers registered. We now have 24 that represent 15 counties across the state now. And so on that map, the blue hearts are the places where there previously was medical care with child abuse expertise. And the red hearts are the locations of these providers who have signed up to receive this training. And so I love this map. Like, I think this is huge. This is what the goal of the program is to get this local expertise out there in the areas that need it. As providers have signed up, the Kansas AAP, who is sort of taking responsibility for organizing this training, has received only positive sort of feedback from providers. So like I said, we have 24 who are currently registered to take this training in a couple of weeks, and many more have indicated that they want to do it, but on the short notice, since we just planned this after July 1st, they weren't able to arrange their schedules, so they are planning to do it the next time the training is offered. So we sort of already have a group of physicians that are waiting in the wings for next time. But I think this is awesome because it really does expand this medical expertise across the state in places that they really needed it. So we are working on that. Myself and Dr. Killo in the Kansas City areas have been partnering with Dr. Weeks and her team down in Wichita to create the curriculum for these providers. We are dividing them up to assign them mentors and getting this all rolling. So we're really excited about that piece of it. The second piece of it is this sort of medical triage system. This is being modeled after the program that's in existence in Missouri. And we've been doing a pilot program with DCF for this for almost a year now. The pilot program started in Johnson and Wyandotte counties. And so the DCF specialists in those counties, when they received an investigation for physical abuse or physical neglect on a young child, would send us that form. We would send them back electronically our recommendations for medical care. So that started in Johnson and Wyandotte counties in October of last year and continued through June. We renewed the grant funding that was funding that pilot project starting in July, and we expanded that area to now include all of the Kansas City region for DCF. So that's Johnson, Wyandotte, Atchison, Leavenworth, and Douglas counties. And so we're now having a bigger catchment area and getting more referrals in. Through that process, we did ongoing education with DCF specialists and supervisors. We sought feedback from them. We made some tweaks to that referral system based on that feedback. Overall, we've gotten positive feedback from it. I think last time we were here, we gave you guys some examples of cases that came through where that process really changed things, both in a way that there was initially concern for abuse, and when it came to us, we said, actually, this is okay. You guys don't need to be concerned about abuse. And then on the flip side, where things were not perhaps caught or responded appropriately, that we were able to get in and respond in that way as well. So in planning for this to be a statewide system, it's easy for us when we have our local people that we work very closely with to get them to sort of send us emails and for us to communicate back and forth. But when we're expanding this on a more global scale in the state, it's a little bit more technologically difficult. And so we've had planning meetings that occur about every 3 weeks that include us and the Kansas AAP, KDHE, KU. And we have sort of landed on a system where we are going to be able to do this using an electronic platform called IRIS that is currently in place in communities across the state already as sort of a local community referral system. So medical providers, DCF, community service providers in many cities across and towns across Kansas are already familiar with this platform and using it. But it allows the sort of sharing of information in a secure electronic way. And so KU has been working with us to sort of adapt this system to meet our needs. So we're able to make some tweaks in it so that it will allow for DCF to submit this electronic referral through the system. We will be notified as the care providers to review the medical triage form. We submit it back through the same system, and there's notifications on either end. so that we're aware we received a referral, they're aware they got it back. And then our care providers, our medical providers across the state who have training, will also be able to access that to see the information that has already been shared. The more information we have as medical providers, as investigators, the better choices, the better decision-making will occur. So I think that's sort of our update where we are. We are hoping that IRIS, that electronic database referral system, will be ready for us to potentially roll out statewide early in January is our goal. Like I said, they had to tweak the system a little bit to make it meet our needs so that we had the right notifications on either end and the right way to indicate what we thought needed to happen. So they're making those tweaks and are working with us to make that happen. And then by then we also will have some providers who are fully trained and ready to pick it up and go. That's my brief overview, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, that's actually more than I expected to hear from.
great.
Since yeah, I appreciate that. Do we have questions on this? We've discussed it quite a bit in children and seniors, so Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much a question, but we spend a lot of time on this on the Senate side as well. This is exciting. It's exciting to see the map, to see this distribution throughout the state, that there is that participation. And I think that we are going to absolutely look forward to see how this continues to grow and how it should be helping to drive down some negative issues that are occurring throughout our state. So I think it's always better that particularly our rural populations have highly skilled individuals that are working there. And so I can't say thank you enough for your work in really helping spearhead this.
Likewise, we thank you guys for your support as we moved forward. The other thing, the proviso has been great. It's really been able to let us get this ball rolling, but it's 1 year, and so really coming back and revisiting this as getting this into statute will be important for it to be sustainable and to continue to grow.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder. Well, I agree. I think that looking at the map is exciting because my biggest concern was, and the number of people that you've already got signed up, that physicians, my concern was that they would be slow to do that. And you're having the first training in my district, a new area for me. I now have part of Salina, so. Are you having it at the hospital there or the medical school?
We're doing it at the Children's Advocacy Center
Oh,
there.
okay, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, great.
Yep.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to have an update on behavior intervention with Lori Ross from Foster Adopt Connect. Oh, it's not.
Good morning. I'm
Good
not
morning.
Lori Ross.
No, no. Tell us who you are.
Chair Kincannon and other members of the committee, thank you for having me here today. My name is Crystal Hedrick. I'm the Vice President of Kansas Programs with Foster Adopt Connect. Lori apologizes she couldn't be here today, but we had some scheduling conflicts, so appreciate your flexibility. I've been a social worker here in Kansas for the past 15 or 16 years, primarily supporting kids and families who have experienced foster care and been impacted by foster care. Much like many of my peers at Foster Adopt Connect, I'm a former Kansas foster parent and adoptive caregiver to 5 kids, the oldest of which just started at KU, Rock Chalk. So I'm excited to be here today just to share a little bit about our BI program. This is my first opportunity to share this with this committee and to share a little bit of our successes over the past year. My first exposure to BI was actually 6 or 7 years ago. I was at a national adoption conference and had the opportunity to see Lori Ross, our CEO and founder, talk a little bit about this program and how she developed that program. She and her husband, Randy, had fostered over 400 kids between Kansas and Missouri during their time as foster parents, and over the years adopted 23 youth who had some pretty significant needs as a result of their trauma. And she developed this program specifically to support those youth. She had an idea about transitioning funding into her home from residential facilities to support these kids in her home where they could stay connected and continue to rebuild from their past trauma. And so she did that through the development of BIs. They are behavioral interventionists, and they come into the home. They're trained to walk alongside families, and they really step into a family's day-to-day routine to model and implement neurodevelopmental activities that really help our young people rewire their brains that have experienced trauma. So an example might be that they may step into the home after school and help a family and walk alongside them during after school homework time, dinner time, meal time, when Johnny may struggle to stay regulated. And so this allows that BI to work with those children and do essentially work on neurostim activities and demonstrate that for the caregivers in the home so that they have an opportunity to see those that they can implement on their own, but also just to give those caregivers some space so that they can care for other children in their home and maintain a sense of normalcy. So this has really proven effective for kids who have stepped down from residential treatment. It's helped them just have some additional support in the home to make that transition and to keep some, when kids are in residential care facilities, they really enjoy the structure and they thrive in that structure. And so this allows that extra support in the home too as they transition down, or it also helps prevent residential care. So over the past year, we have served 31 kids in the Kansas City metro area. 39% of those have been in foster care. Another 39% have reside with their adoptive families as they were adopted from foster care, and then 22% have been with their biological parents and caregivers. So 77.5% of those youth were able to maintain in the home-like setting. For the others that had to transition to residential, they were able to step back down into that home environment in a more quick, expedited fashion and prevent further hospitalization as well. So we utilize a functional assessment scale known as the CAFAS that measures overall functioning of the youth that we serve. And 55% of the youth that we served last year showed significant and measurable behavioral improvements, which is we're really proud of that measure. 55% may not seem like a lot, but the children and youth that we're working with have been exposed to really significant trauma. And so every step helps in supporting those caregivers and those children. So as many providers have experienced, it has been a challenge to find staff with the skill set to meet the needs of these kids and families, but we are hopeful, as in the past month or so, we've had an opportunity to interview 23 really skilled applicants and have reopened and are serving kids again in the Kansas City area. We have had some wait lists just as a result of the need. We know that this is a huge need, but have been able to clean up that wait list and are opening referrals and have been able to do that through our website. So families can refer themselves, or professionals who are also supporting them can make those referrals as well. You'll see in my written testimony a story about a young child in foster care who had experienced significant abuse and neglect. He struggled with aggressive behaviors, emotion regulation as a result of trauma, and had several placement changes during his time in foster care. So we were able to partner with the case management provider, the foster care team, the caregivers, and the biological family. And after 15 months of that partnership, he was able to successfully reintegrate home and is still safely there with his biological mom. So excited for you to have an opportunity to read more about that story. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and providing ongoing legislative support to our youth that do have high needs and the caregivers that are supporting them. I'll stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Are there questions? Any questions online? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
Okay, next up, we'll call on Jesse to give us an overview of, an update and overview of any child welfare-related legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, a little earlier than I expected, but that means you get to go to lunch earlier. So with that, I'm Jesse. I'm an assistant revisor with the Revisor of Statutes Office. I've been staffing child welfare system oversight since last year when this committee became a joint committee in statute. So today I'm going to spend some time going over some legislative updates since the committee's recommendations and the report that was submitted to the 2021 legislature. So to briefly remind you, the committee's report to the 2021 legislature included some items in it that were labeled as proposed legislation. And so those offer policies that the legislature or this committee recommended the legislature pursue that session. And those policies were amendments to Adrian's Law regarding child abuse review and examinations. 2, information sharing between Department for Children and Families and law enforcement. 3, extend confidentiality to any local child death review boards that are established, such as open meetings and the items that are required of the state board. So with that, in the memo, which has just been handed out, the first deals with the amendments to Adrian's Law regarding the child abuse review and examinations. So as you just learned from Dr. Hansen, House Bill 2632 was the bill that was introduced on the House side that proposed a program and a process to medically examine a child alleged to be a victim of abuse or neglect. That bill created the definitions, it created the referral process, it imposed training requirements, and it also set out the payment and the reimbursement process for the providers. So that bill was passed by House Committee on Children and Seniors, and then was amended on the House floor and passed the House with a vote of 95 to 27. The bill then died in the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee. Senate Bill 460 is essentially and substantially a similar bill. There may have been a few differences between 2632 and 460, such as who would receive the report and other items related to administrative tasks. So the status of Senate Bill 460 throughout the process, it was passed by the Senate Committee on Public Health and Welfare and then died on Senate General Orders. So then the proviso that Dr. Hansen and Chairwoman Concanon were mentioning earlier, it can be found in Section 24A of House Bill 2510, which was the 2021 omnibus bill. It appropriated $757,000 from the State General Fund to KDHE, the Division of Public Health, to a brand new child abuse review and evaluation program account. And the proviso underneath that required that the monies be used by the agency to train healthcare providers to recognize signs of child abuse, to provide reimbursement for those reviews and exams that are conducted by those providers. Additionally, that proviso does require the agency, KDHE, to submit a report to Appropriations and Ways and Means before the 2023 legislature about the services that are provided and the location of those services. So this conference committee report, when this proviso was included, was adopted by both chambers and became effective on June 2022. Next relates to bills regarding the DCF and law enforcement information sharing issue. 2582 proposes amendments to the sync code that would require the Secretary of DCF to release confidential agency records regarding a child alleged or adjudicated to be a child in need of care to investigating law enforcement agencies. And so then it would list what items the investigating law enforcement agency would receive, which would be the official file, the social file, and any information related to the report or past reports concerning the child or the child's siblings, and the contact information for individuals who are involved with such reports. And that information may only be used for investigative purposes by those law enforcement agencies. So the status of 2582 was that it was amended by the House Committee on Children and Seniors. It was then referred and further amended and passed by the House Committee on Judiciary. That bill passed the House Committee of the Whole, and then in the Senate, it was amended and passed by the Senate Committee on Public Health and Welfare, and died on the Senate calendar. So the proposed changes of House Bill 2582, as amended by both Children and Seniors and Judiciary, was eventually adopted into Senate sub for House Bill 2595, which was passed by both chambers and approved by the governor, so became law. So next you see Senate Bill 425 is essentially the same case. It proposed the same changes, and the status of that was that it was amended by the Senate Committee on Public Health and Welfare. That was the exact same amendment that House Children and Seniors made. This bill passed the Senate. It was referred then to House Judiciary, where it died in committee. And so essentially the same thing. The statutory changes proposed in Bill 425 were then adopted into law through that House Bill 2495. And lastly, one of the recommendations related to confidentiality of records obtained by local child death review boards. And so House Bill 2741 was introduced on the House side, which authorized cities or counties to establish child death review boards to provide a local review of a child death when the child either died in the city or county or was a resident of the city or county. And so that also included limits on the disclosure of records of that city or county local board. So that bill did not receive a hearing and just died in the committee it was referred to, which was appropriations. So that is the status update of all of those bills. Since we are coming up on a new biennium, those bills are gone. So as far as pursuing any of those items, again, would need and require new legislative action.
Jesse, on number 6, House Bill 2741, didn't we pass a proviso, though, that took care of the request from the Wyandotte County Unified Government?
I'm not aware of a proviso related to that. If Jenna knows of something and she can speak to that, I would defer to her.
I'll let you, okay, Jenna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I remember correctly, I'm going to have to check the statute, but I believe that last year legislation was passed in, I think it's 22A 241. Oh, no, that's not the right statute. I'll double check the statute though, but there was specific language inserted into the confidentiality provisions. And if you look to House Bill 2741, that language is stricken specific to Wyandotte County, and then other language is included that expands that. So I believe it happened on the floor of the Senate where that amendment was added to allow specifically, I believe it was Wyandotte County to have this board.
Yeah, and I think Wyandotte County is the only city or county government that has requested to do something like this. And there were some discussions through the State Child Death Review Board about some concerns with that. So if we're going to take a look at that again, we probably should hear from them before. Are there any other questions for Jesse? Okay, thanks. You're getting off easy. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you need a motion to adopt the minutes as presented?
What we were just going to discuss that.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, okay, let me put this out there. The minutes from the April meeting were sent to you via email last night. And so my question is, did you get a chance to look at them, and are you prepared to vote on them today? So we were just having some discussion about the quorum issue. Susie just had to leave for health reasons. So yes, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move we approve the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight minutes as presented in writing from our previous two-day meeting.
Okay. Okay, we have a second. Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the April meeting. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Am I assuming that I got an aye online? Okay. Senator Gossage. Okay, we're going to stand at ease for a few minutes and see if we can move one of our afternoon conferees up this afternoon before we break. Okay, let's get back started. Thank you to the secretary for being flexible and coming right over. And we will jump right into her testimony, which is actually scheduled at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So I'll turn it over to you.
There we go. That sounds better. Thank you for the chance to be here in front of the committee today. I was telling Senator Baumgartner I was originally scheduled to be in Kansas City this morning and then over here this afternoon, so I'm glad that I had decided to change those plans and maybe not have quite so much back and forth in the same day. So, very good. All right, well, I think you have my testimony in front of you. I'll also try to weave in as I go maybe some things that I think are responsive to some of the dialogue that took place yesterday as well, so as we work through this. As we start out the testimony, you know, we always like to start out and just reflect a little bit about the status of the system. In this testimony, we've really primarily highlighted at the beginning of the testimony some of the data related to the number of youth in care. I mean, you can see on slide 4, really the continued reduction in the number of youth in care. I mean, we've talked in front of this committee many times about some of the contributing factors to that, including our practice model, focus on kinship, the significant impact of Family First. But you can see just those raw numbers in terms of that reduction since 2019, down to about 6,260 youth in care. You can also see on slide 5, a kind of a similar trend in terms of children entering care, although I will note for this committee, the number has stayed pretty much the same in fiscal year 21 and 22 in terms of the youth entering care, a significant reduction though since 2019. So I'm going to be watching that closely in terms of as we think about and focus on the impacts of our prevention efforts. And then the last maybe related slide in terms of youth entering and exiting care would be on slide 6, where we try to give you always a comparison of the number of youth coming into care and the number of youth exiting care. You know, one of the, and you'll see really for the last 3 years, the number of youth exiting care exceeding those entries into care. Obviously, these aren't the only data points that are important, and in some ways maybe the least important, but I do think it gives a snapshot of the system. We also are, you know, very pleased in terms of progress that we've made as an agency with regard to the increased use of kinship care. You know, up to about 43% of placements being in kinship care, which had been at about 29%. Reductions in the number of moves, so more stable, but not as stable as we would like to be for youth in care. Continued focus on youth being in family-based settings. And of course, as I think KVC highlighted yesterday, you know, the fact that the safety of children in care and the trends in those numbers as well being so positive. So again, lots of data points we can look at, and I'll refer back to some of those later in the testimony in terms of some things where we're putting some particular focus right now in terms of where we still want to move the needle in some particular ways. Starting on slide 8, I wanted to talk with you about Child Protective Services reporting, and the chair had asked that that we talk to you specifically about some of the information that had come out really as a result of a CORA request related to reports to DCF by providers of abortion services. So I want to provide you some good detail on that issue and just really how that came about. Before we get into the specifics of that, though, just for a context piece, as you think about the front end of our child welfare system, Child Protective Services, you can see in any given year, we receive about 70,000 reports that come into us. About 55% of those are assigned for assessment. About 2/3 of those relate to abuse or neglect. About 1/3 of those in a given year relate to a family in need of services where there may not be an issue of abuse or neglect. So we track a lot of reporting points about that, and you've seen in prior testimonies a lot of information about the reports that come into us as an agency in terms of the number assigned, the findings, those sorts of things. On page 9, just a little bit more about state fiscal year 22 as a whole. Again, about 70,000 reports coming in. I talked about 55% of those assigned for assessment. The remaining not. In some cases, didn't meet the statutory definition. In some cases, the incident's already under the investigation of DCF or law enforcement. Maybe it's a duplicate report. Maybe there's already action happening on the law enforcement side. Or instances where we don't have an authority to proceed. So again, about 70,000 child protection reports that come into us as an agency each year. You'll see that number went down a little bit during the pandemic if you look at the numbers back on slide 8, and then kind of began to pop back up again in state fiscal year 22. I've given you a slide that should be fairly familiar to you on page 10 as we think about those reports that come in. On the right-hand side of the slide are those reports where maltreatment is what's reported in the report, kind of the abuse neglect. The other side, on the left side, are kind of family in need of assessment. And you can see in each of those the primary categories. So for example, on the right side of slide 10, when we look at the reports that came in state fiscal year 2022 that alleged maltreatment, about 31% had to do with physical abuse, 18% lack of supervision, 24% emotional abuse, just over 11% sexual abuse. And then you can see similar categories on the left-hand side related to those reports that are about a family in need of services, child behavior problems, truancy, things like that. So that's kind of a context in terms of the 70,000 some reports that we receive. I now wanted to just get into a little bit more detail about the issue related to abortion providers. And so I guess I'll start out a little bit just the background of this. First of all, I think one of the things that's important to remember is that abortion providers, by their nature, are medical providers. So even before legislation was passed, putting a requirement on DCF to provide a report, all of those providers should have been and were reporting to us as medical providers. So those 70,000 reports I talked about would have included reports from educators, community members, medical providers that would have included abortion providers. But nevertheless, in 2011, so about 11 years ago, the Kansas Legislature added a provision in statute that put a requirement on DCF, it's in italics on page 11 of this handout. It put a requirement on, it was then SRS, then forwarded on to DCF with the reorganization, to prepare and publish an annual report on the number of reports of child sexual abuse that were received by the department from abortion providers. The requirement was to publish the report, to categorize it by age of the victim, the month the report was submitted, and then obviously had the normal kinds of confidentiality language. So the first time I became aware of this, honestly, was when we received a CORA request a few months ago. So I will take full ownership for the fact that under my tenure, there was no report published for the last 3.5 years. In fact, there was no report published except for possibly one report in 2016 since the statute was passed. You know, that was a failure on the part of the organization, and I'll certainly take responsibility for that under my leadership. So what we did once we found out about that was then go back in and say, let's sort out how we can actually develop this report. So we worked to produce the current report and the back required reports, and that's now posted on our public website. And I think you have report fiscal year 2017 to 2022 as part of the information that you have in your packet today. I wanted to say a couple of things about this. One, I think I already referenced. Again, the statute that passed, again, I don't think I can emphasize this enough, it didn't create any new reporting requirements for abortion providers. You know, they were already mandated reporters as medical providers. But what it did do was say that we as an agency should have been publishing a report that the public could see that would tell us how many reports abortion providers, you know, specifically made to us, to be able to go into that subset of medical providers and to say of all those 70,000 reports we received or the 15,000 reports we received alleging sexual abuse, how many of those actually came from an abortion provider. So the mandate is on DCF. So again, that means the information isn't new to us, and the required actions were taken on those reports as they were taken on any reports that were made to us. You know, a second thing I want to say is the fact that the report was made by an abortion provider doesn't mean that the individual was there for an abortion. You know, many of these providers, you know, provide other health services, contraception, testing for sexual transmitted diseases, in some cases, some other cohorts of primary care kinds of services. So a person could see one of these abortion providers, and the abortion provider could become aware of something that would lead them to make a report that wasn't related to abortion. And we'll get into some of the details about what we understand from the specific reports in just a minute. But so, for example, you know, an abortion provider might have seen an underage person who was asking for contraception, maybe with their parents, maybe without their parents, who acknowledged that they were having sexual relations with an age mate, you know, with a boyfriend or an age mate. There also could be requests for contraception, you know, for anyone who was underage that might lead to a report being filed. The second thing I want to say in terms of the report numbers is those are raw numbers of reports that we received from those providers. They're not the actual cases of sexual abuse. So those are the reports. So just like when I talked about with the 70,000 reports, you know, about 55% are assigned for further investigation. And in the context of our entire system, about 96% of our reports are usually unsubstantiated. So again, these are not actual cases of sexual abuse. I think the last thing I want to clarify, because I think when I was listening maybe to some of the conversation yesterday, I just want to clarify as well that these aren't reports that relate to youth in foster care. I mean, these are general reports from abortion providers of anytime that they would suspect that there is an incident of sexual abuse. So they're making those reports as mandated medical providers. We're reviewing those as we review any other report. But as I said, what we failed to do as an agency was to fulfill the statutory requirement that you put upon us. And again, we've tried to we've put in processes in place going forward, and we've published all those back reports now. But to dig into the data a little bit more, I wanted to tell you a bit how we went about getting the data, because processes hadn't really been put in place, under my administration at DCF or before. So what we did was within our set of reporting, we searched for known addresses of healthcare provider clinics that perform abortion procedures. And again, as I said, these were all entities that would have reported before the passage of the statute as medical providers. Of the reports that were made by abortion providers between 2017 to 2022, the report you have in front of you, 4 were screened in for further investigation. And I'll give you also, some examples of the kinds of presenting situations. I'll tell you, as we were asked about this, and as we worked to respond not just to the core report but other questions, I actually took the time, as did Deputy Secretary Keys, to actually look at every single one of these reports, because I felt like I needed to understand more what these reports were, what we were seeing in these reports. And so we've tried to give you just a sliver of that, in the sense of about 39% of those had to do with patients under the age of 16 requesting birth control. So the abortion provider is making that report because the individual's under the age of consent. When we assess that report, we may not see anything that would suggest danger to the child, that the child's been harmed, issues of force, things like that. So again, 39% request for birth control, 39% a patient under the age of 16 described being sexually active. We see 11% where an actual abortion procedure was performed, and 5% describing a sexual assault or a rape. And I can assure you, in those instances, appropriate referrals were made to law enforcement. Individuals were connected to child advocacy centers, as happened with reports from any providers, not just abortion providers. So again. You have the reports in front of you. You can see the data over each of the years. And I know one of the questions that's come up a number of times is why the numbers went up in state fiscal year 2022 from 27, started out very low in 2017, around 10 or 12 in 2018 and 2019, then in the 20s, and then 56. I can't answer that question. What I can tell you, though, is nothing really changed in terms of the characteristics of the kinds of reports. We didn't see higher allegations in terms of like the number of sexual assaults. Again, still those same kinds of situations. I mean, it would just be speculation on my part as far as whether there were any changes in processes by a provider in terms of the circumstances in which a report was being made, those sorts of things. I would say, though, that we have seen an increase in terms of reports being from out of state. So of all the reports, 81% were for Kansas residents. Almost 20% were other states. Most of those were Missouri, coming out of the Kansas City area. And we did see an increase in that percentage in that last year, but I wouldn't suggest that it accounted for the increase to 56 reports. But again, what I can tell you is those 56 reports aren't all reports of sexual assault or rape or even of abortion procedures being performed. So again, just kind of a overall summary of this data. And I don't know, Madam Chair, if you'd want to take questions now or at the end of my testimony.
Well, I think it is a good time to pause and take some questions. Senator Gossage. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm looking at this data on slide 12, Madam Secretary, then what I'm looking at is when it says 39%, 31%, Is this of all of the people that enter the abortion clinic? And so, or what are we looking at? Is it a total?
So these are what those percentages refer to is of the reports that you have on this document that abortion providers made to DCF, 56 in 2022, 27 in 2021. Over this period of time, that 39% of the reports that were made to DCF involved a patient under the age of 16 requesting birth control. So that was a person who was, below the age of consent. We receive a lot of reports like that from medical providers who are mandated reporters. So they would report to us because the person is under the age of consent. So that's what these percentages are of the reports we received from abortion providers, what the circumstance is that they described and that we were investigating.
In this form? Only these folks?
That's right, only these, that's correct. That's all we have, is the reports that abortion providers made to us.
Okay, so
Yes.
the definition says, with an allegation of sexual abuse from person identifying as abortion. So it wouldn't necessarily be an allegation of sexual abuse.
Yeah, let me try to clarify that, because I think that's a really important facet of this. When you look at Kansas law, and you look at what Kansas law speaks about in terms of mandated reporters, the law speaks to, educators, medical providers, and others reporting when they have reason to suspect a child's been harmed as a result of physical, mental, or emotional abuse. What we see very frequently with educators and medical providers is if the child is under the age of consent, whether or not it's a situation of force, whether or not it's a situation where the child may be in danger, they're going to err on the side of reporting. They're mandated reporters, and then it's our job as an agency to assess that, to assess the child's risk, to assess whether or not there's any indication the child has been harmed or is likely to be endangered, to assess whether, there's a consensual relationship with peers or age mates, or something that might fall into a category of sexual assault or rape because of a difference in age or likelihood of force or coercion, those sorts of things. And then again, in those situations, we work closely with law enforcement and also with our Child Advocacy Center partners.
I guess for me, it would be helpful, if this information is regarding those that were reported, and then the investigation was done, then it would be nice to know on the other end which of those were actually determined to be as a result of true sexual abuse. Because this sounds like these are the ones that were reported, that they potentially could be, but do we have anything that says, no, these were the actual numbers where they reported an actual rape? Or something of that nature.
Yeah, well, you can kind of see that a little bit here in the sense of, 5% of the total cases described as sexual assault or a rape. And I think all but, so it was 4 or 5 incidents, and I think we confirmed all but one of those, so,
Okay.
yeah. So, and again, that happened, without there being anything related to, knowing it was from, we knew it was from a medical provider because they reported into our hotline or through a web report. But
Just as a part of procedure then, could you explain to me, so a report comes in, are these annual reports, are these monthly reports, weekly reports, or as per incident reports? When a report comes in from a facility?
Okay, so we receive reports reports every day, 24/7, through our protection report centers. People can report via telephone, they can report via web. I did notice an awful lot of these reports actually came in through web forms, and it appeared that, at least in most cases, the clinic themselves had kind of a standard form that they were using to report to us. So we, like I said, we take reports 24/7 at our 3 protection report centers via phone and by web. We have criteria that we've talked to this committee about before about the timeframes within which we need to assess those criteria by which we decide which ones we need to do further investigation of. So again, everything happens very quickly when we think a child's life is in danger. So again, we're receiving those reports as we speak.
Thank you. And then my final question, Madam Chair, on slide 11, it says, at the time the statute was passed, no processes were put in place to collect the information. But yet you said you did have the information and that you weren't necessarily collecting it, but it was reported to you. Is that accurate?
Yeah, let me maybe clarify that one more time. So when the statute was passed, putting the mandate on what was then SRS to publish an annual report, there weren't any changes that were made in procedure. I mean, for example, when a person reports, they can identify as an educator, as a medical provider. I mean, what could have happened after the statute passed is there could have been another category added that would have said abortion provider, at which point the agency could then have, aggregated that information, just as we tell you about how many reports are from educators, how many are from medical providers. That wasn't done, and the reports weren't published. So what we did then was, we didn't have that process in place, but we do have the addresses of people who report, and because there are a limited number of providers who perform abortion services, we were able to pull the data from using that address check.
That makes sense. And you pulled it from the 4 abortion providers?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. My ask is that you provide us with the breakdown of information for fiscal year 21 and 22, please. I want to clarify something because in looking at your slide 12, it says of the reports made between 2017 and 2022, 4 were screened in for further investigation. Only 4. When I look at the breakdown as far as age at intake, I see that 1 was a 3-year-old, 1 was an 8-year-old, 2 were 9-year-olds, and 2 were 11-year-olds, and 4 were 12-year-olds. So am I to assume by that statement that only 4 were reviewed for further investigation, that those were the 9-year-old, the 8-year-old, or the 2 9-year-olds, the 8-year-old, and the 3-year-old?
What we found, Senator, and we're happy to provide that additional data, what we found in actually, one of the reasons why I wanted to actually read the reports was what we found was because these are like broader providers, in some of those instances of younger children, the allegation wasn't regarding sexual abuse. It was regarding, other concerns related to abuse or neglect or services the family might need. So, so those reports came from abortion providers, so we included those. But they weren't necessarily related to sexual assault, which a little bit goes back to my point of, really probably needing a clearer procedure in place to be able to get to the data, which we're committed to doing going forward. But we're happy to break down those reports for you for 2021 and 2022.
I guess my follow-up question, Madam Chair, would be that in the state of Kansas, individuals aged 14 and younger cannot legally consent to sexual activity. And yet, based on just this report, it indicates that, I think with quick addition, we have over 100 that are just in this report that are under the age of 15. So I'm not even, or yes, 15 and under.
15 and under.
So are we to surmise, I guess we really can't ascertain, If a child is just taken in for a physical exam, are you telling us that that might be appearing in this listing? If a child was taken in for a physical examination by a provider that also performs abortions, they may appear on this list?
In a couple of instances related to the younger children, that appears to be what took place here as we pulled that data to provide this report. As we go forward, Senator, we'll be able to be in a position to segment that to ensure that relates to issues of reports of sexual assault. But we're happy to provide, if it's helpful to provide that breakdown in more detail for those 2 years, we're happy to do that. I think that might help to provide some clarity.
Well, it would provide clarity because I don't see that the information provided is in keeping with the statute that you shared with us that's in italics. To be a provider is one thing, but to provide a particular service is absolutely another. So I guess my other follow-up question would simply be, when we're looking at the numbers, so 16 13-year-olds and 4 12-year-olds and 2 11-year-olds, and we're looking at those ages, 19, 14-year-olds. So are we to surmise that it is possible that some of those went into a clinic of someone that provides abortions and actually made the request for birth control, and that wasn't further investigated?
In some instances, that could be the case, that a 15-year-old or 14-year-old could have come in with regard to requests for birth control or some other knowledge of being sexually active. I mean, under the definitions of statute, that doesn't necessarily mean, the child cannot consent, but that doesn't necessarily meet the definitions of sexual abuse. I mean, so every underage child who is receiving birth control in this state is not a child or a family that we investigate for sexual abuse. I mean, we will assess it, but if it doesn't have those additional criteria, that relate to, are there issues of force involved? Is there maybe a lack of caregiver involvement with the youth, those sorts of things. It really comes down to really an assessment of safety concern related to that youth.
Well, I guess I do see a safety concern for someone, a child that would be 14, 13, 12, and 11 years old in the context of that assurance that they're not being coerced, that assurance that they're not being trafficked, that assurance that they are receiving some type of something more as far as care than just birth control. Because a sexually active 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old certainly does run the risk of other physical problems as well as perhaps mental health issues. And coercion at times, particularly, there is quite a difference from the mental capacity of a 13-year-old with a sexual partner that's 16 or 17 years old.
No doubt, Senator. And in those circumstances, if we're talking about situations that aren't really age mates, I mean, a 13-year-old and a 17-year-old is a very different circumstances that would be investigated that might be different than, say, 2 14-year-olds who, So clearly there's difference in terms of how we assess safety in looking at those issues about the potential for human trafficking, isn't an age mate, those sorts of things.
Are you able to share with us of those that are quite young, 13 and below, how many of those law enforcement was actually contacted?
I can't today. We can go back and look at that data.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, and thank you.
Thank you.
For this information today. I commend you for going back and putting the information together that had not been regularly done from the time of inception of this particular statute. And so thank you for delving into those numbers. I do have a couple of questions. A provider of abortion can also be an OBGYN. They're not just an abortion provider. In fact, when they go to, and I know this, my daughter's an OBGYN, and when they go to medical school, they have to decide whether they want to be trained in abortion. She is not. So my question is, a lot of young females have problems with acne, maybe with excessive bleeding even at an early age, and they would request birth control pills. Would those be included in these numbers?
You know, it's hard for me to know. I mean, the only reason I would think that they would be included in the numbers would be if the provider had a reason to make a report. I would assume that if the provider was giving a young woman birth control for the standpoint of addressing acne, they wouldn't have felt that they needed to report possible abuse to us. So, I mean, so I would assume not, Representative, but yeah, I mean, that would be my assumption, unless they had other reasons to assume there was some evidence of abuse.
But the child is underage.
Yeah.
So would it fall in a category of being underage and reporting it?
Yeah. You know, the report doesn't require providers to report to us when they provide birth control. It requires that they, I mean, the mandated reporter law, you know, people report to DCF when they suspect abuse or neglect. You know, so again, I think they would have to suspect abuse or neglect to do that.
Good description, and thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two quick questions, and one would be first for staff. I want to know, what was the date that this legislation was passed?
It was in 2011. I mean, I can answer that. It was in 2011 with some amendments to the overall statute made in 2014.
Okay, and so, so my other question, Madam Chair, Secretary, would be, so would it be your responsibility as Secretary of DCF or the responsibility of the physician or the medical facility staff to share the information with you? Or do you have to seek that information out yourself?
As mandated reporters, abortion providers as medical providers report abuse, neglect. They've always done that. The statute put a specific requirement on the agency to do a report and to publish a report about the portion of those reports that were received from abortion providers. That's where we dropped the ball. That's where we will do better going forward.
And Madam Chair, last question. So, in that reporting, Secretary, is that only for children who have been deemed in state custody, and those that are in just with family preservation with contractors? Does that make sense?
It does, Senator, and thank you for that question. I think that's an important clarification. The statutory mandate has nothing to do with youth in custody. It is simply a mandate that the agency publish from all of the reports that we receive that allege abuse or neglect, or that allege within that allege sexual abuse, that we publish a report of those specific reports that came from abortion providers. So again, this has nothing to do with youth in custody. This is at the very front end of all the reports that we receive alleging sexual abuse from an abortion provider, that we are to publish a report each year.
I see. Oh, thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any further questions regarding this report? Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for being here. I'm not positive if this is necessarily a question for the Secretary, but the report itself, I'm curious if there's other states that require such reporting out of their division of, child protection agency, and if there are similar numbers. And I apologize for not being able to do my homework earlier. I don't know if research would have that information, or if the Secretary has any idea.
Representative Ousley, I'm sorry, I don't know whether there are similar requirements in other states.
This is Natalie. You know something for the research. I also am unaware of that. I can certainly do some research and get back to you.
Thank you for that. And then the 16-year-old, is that typical age for consent? I was under the understanding 18 years was the age of consent. So I don't know if that's unique to Kansas, or if that is also typical amongst other states. And
Jesse, do you have a response?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to state that the age of consent in the state of Kansas is age 16.
Mm-hmm. That one struck me as new information to me. I was always under the understanding it was 18 years old. And then I guess my only final thought or comment would be that in all reports that come to the call center, law enforcement's always working with DCF. DCF's always working with law enforcement when appropriate. And I know that DCF, under your guidance, has worked, especially in Sedgwick County, with the collaboration with the local law enforcement agency to better provide, safety for our kids. And I hope that that's in the rest of your report. I always look forward to an update for that. So with that, Madam Chair, I will leave the committee be. Thank you. Thank you both.
Okay, any other questions regarding this report? Okay, I'll let you move on.
Great, thank you. The next section of the report relates to some of the efforts around prevention that we're currently engaged in. I won't spend a lot of time on the first part related to Family First. You're all familiar with how this came about federally, and many of you were a part of passing legislation and funding. On page 15, as it relates to Family First, just a reminder that when we first bid out for the Family Preservation Services in 2019, we had certainly greater interest than we had resources in the bank. So we were able to fund 17 of 56 applications, and we can, and you get a little bit more data there as to whether or not the programs that they were providing were part of the California Clearinghouse as an evidence-based practice, which weren't rated by the Clearinghouse. We've had, page 16, through July, since the inception of Family First, almost 3,100 referrals for Family First, almost half of those for mental health services, about 30% of those for parent skill building, a few on the kinship navigation side, and some on substance use. You can see on the left-hand side of the page kind of the split across the the DCF regions in terms of the percentage. Page 17, the outcomes that I think you're familiar with that we report on each time. Again, for those children and youth who've reached 12 months from the time of service referral, 89% of families referred to Family First those youth have remained at home without the need for foster care. And I think it's important always to remind people that Family First was structured federally so that a child has to be at imminent risk of removal to qualify for Family First. This isn't like prevention that's kind of further up the continuum. These are families where that child's very close to coming into care. So again, huge impact in terms of keeping children with families. So we've seen 4% were placed in foster care during the open case. You generously last legislative session provided additional funding that the governor had recommended that will bring total funding to $20 million. In the current year, we've been able to expand the availability of MST services, which is an evidence-based mental health practice that's particularly beneficial with teens. It's been very effective. Been able to expand that to 82 or 85 counties, and also to expand some of our work on kind of the pre-petition legal representation that this committee first heard about a couple of years ago. The original grants, those grants are coming to an end. They end next June of 2023. So there is actually an RFP going on right now. The RFP itself closed August 15th. We're in the review process. You can see on page 19 kind of the time frame for that. We expect negotiations to take place in October or November. I can't tell you very much because of some of the confidentiality of the bid processes, but I am on page 20 able to let you know that we received 36 proposals from 17 different providers for a total of about $44 million, with about 2/3 of those well supported or promising on the federal clearinghouse. And of those that aren't rated by the California evidence-based clearinghouse, 17 of the 36 are rated on the Title IV-E Prevention Clearinghouse, which is what's used for federal funding. So again, we're in the review process. I'll look forward to hopefully updating the committee at your next meeting or maybe before that. All right, I'm still staying focused on prevention on page 21. As we think about what we think about as our Thriving Families work and our focus on child and family well-being. In July of 2021, we contracted with the Kansas Children's Service League to work with current family resource centers to support them in gaining national certification and to work with others that might want to become new family resource centers. Kansas is not a state that has very many of these community-based entities across the state. These are really community-based or school-based service hubs that really support families. I mean, this is really about really providing supports in communities for children and families. What we know nationally is significantly lower rates of child abuse, reduction in foster care, increases in the children's educational success, gains in family self-sufficiency. There can be employment pieces connected to these centers. There can be linkages for child care. But, they tend to be connected with, kind of trusted partners in communities. So we actually have an RFP on the street right now to try to help with some startup funds to stand up to 10 of these across the state. And again, the RFP was posted in July. So again, we'll keep you posted on that as well. In terms of our kind of upstream prevention work also, During the pandemic, we had the chance to be part of an initiative with the National Governors Association called Thriving Families. It kind of came about due to kind of concerns that with schools not meeting regularly or sometimes meeting virtually across the country, that there might not be eyes on youth, right? And so really coming out of that concern. One of the pieces that came out of that, though, was to really think about what would it mean for entities that maybe are mandated reporters to become more of mandated supporters. You know, sometimes an entity will make a report to DCF, as I've already talked about. In many cases, you know, those reports aren't substantiated, but that doesn't mean that that family doesn't need services and supports. So we entered into a collaboration first with the Emporia School District, where we're helping to fund a kind of what we're called a support specialist liaison, really helping families with early intervention, really helping to liaison those families with local resources at the earliest signs of need. And really the ultimate goal is to reduce there ever being a need. I mean, if there is a need for formal contact with DCF, we certainly want to know about that. If there is a concern about abuse or neglect, those liaisons are also working on truancy prevention and those issues around those situations that lead to truancy. You know, Emporia started in mid-February of last year, and they were able to assist 149 children just in those last couple months of the school year. And we've begun funding positions in Hutchinson and a position at a middle school and a high school, I think, in Wichita, beginning just this school year. Again, that balance of saying we need to continue to move upstream to really try to support families and work together with communities in supporting families. The next part of my presentation delves a little bit deeper into foster care itself. You know, on the first few slides of this presentation, you know, I gave you some kind of aggregate numbers about the number of youth in care, how much that's gone down, entries and exits. But I wanted to maybe put a little bit more of a descriptor around some things that maybe explain some of those reductions in numbers outside of the aggregate pieces like Family First, like our practice model and those things. You know, I wanted to highlight just for a minute 3 counties in the state that have significantly reduced the need for foster care in the last 3 years. Saline County, Wyandotte County, and Reno County. And they've all had some different activities happening. You know, in Reno County, where they've reduced the need for foster care 40% in terms of the total youth in care. We've really seen a decrease in the instances of police protective custody. There has really been a collaboration of DCF staff with community-based providers coming up with solutions that don't involve separating children from families. We have a really active district attorney who's very focused on the front end and what it might mean to keep that child safe without them having to come into custody. We also have a judge who's also very engaged in terms of what those prevention services and supports might be. Saline County, kind of interesting as well. You know, in Saline County, the need for foster care has been reduced by 50% in the last 3 years. You know, a new judge in that county really supported the team decision-making process that we had put in place as an agency. They and assistant district attorneys really bought into that process, really built into how that fits into the whole concept of reasonable efforts. There's been a number of learning exchanges. The judge even participated. I thought this was so interesting in like a videotape exercise of kind of how to use kind of appreciative inquiry to really understand more what families need, and that was really been used in training with a number of staff. The other thing in Saline County has been some robust truancy prevention work between foster care, the schools, and DAs, and that's actually a site of one of the KU Strong program, where there's a parent youth facilitation project. I mean, I use these as examples. And Wyandotte County is another wonderful example as well in terms of some, specific work in terms of staffing that they've done, particularly around those kind of adults in care, those youth who've turned 18. What are those barriers to providing the supports and services for those youth? Some of the court collaborations there. But I use that just to say that, we often talk in the aggregate, but, this work is really about what happens every day with so many partners. I heard that a lot in the conversation yesterday, that, there are so many partners when we think about making progress in terms of our outcomes. I mean, the courts, the district attorneys, obviously you heard from mental health yesterday. There are so many partners. And again, I just wanted to give a shout out to the collaborative work that's been done in those 3 counties, where we really, really see the impact of keeping children safe with families, and moving cases through the system. Doing those kinds of staffings to ensure that cases aren't languishing. So again, it's just an example of, the aggregate numbers are one thing, but the specific efforts that are happening on the ground across the state, I think are another piece. Placement stability. So the whole context of failure to place. A child or youth is considered to have experienced a failure to place, and which it's just when they're temporarily housed or maintained at an office, when they've arrived before midnight and they haven't been placed before 6 a.m. of the following calendar day. There are a couple of extraordinary circumstances, but there are going to be more things like there's an ice storm and you really can't go on the road. There's not very many. We're pleased with that our placement stability numbers have improved, but they're not where they need to be yet. I'll be the first to acknowledge that. As I look at data over maybe 4 fiscal years, we certainly saw, particularly in state fiscal year 21, a big drop in the number of youth where there's a failure to place. But as you heard yesterday, there's still too many youth who face instability. You can see the charts on page 27 that kind of show some of those reductions. Again, you can see that big drop in 21, a little bit popping back up as I don't have the final 22 numbers, but a little bit popping back up there. Again, not satisfied. 1 or fewer moves in the prior 12 months. We are, averaging kind of between 77 and 80. The goal is 75%. So I am pleased that, 77 to 80% of our youth have experienced 1 or fewer moves in the prior 12 months. But it's that other cohort of youth that tend to have really some of the most extensive needs where we're really continuing to see too many placement moves. But again, I think that gives you a context in terms of some of the progress we've made there. But there's still some additional work to do there, and some of the work that we've just begun implementing as we think about some of those high needs youth and some of those continued instances of failure to place. Starting this past July, we implemented the option for therapeutic family foster homes. This is not an overnight solution, nor is it a panacea, but it does provide an opportunity for a new level of care, for homes to receive training and support, to take on youth, primarily with some more high acuity needs. Again, to be able to meet those needs in a family setting. I think we've we only have one therapeutic foster home so far. There's quite a bit of training involved in that, things to put in place, but it's needed. And the state used to have this level of care, 15 years ago or so, and doesn't have it today. Our success indicators as we continue to roll this program out, and again, I think it will be fairly slow rolling it out, but we would want to see 80% of those children leave to a family-based placement within 9 months, and have 90% not experience a move to group care within 180 days. That's one piece. Second piece that we are putting into place, there's some enhanced agreements with our child placing agencies and other DCF facilities. First, we're adding a full-time recruiter to each child placing agency outside of their base rates in our latest contracts with them. I think you heard some numbers yesterday about some of the reductions in the number of family foster homes, which, according to like a recent LPA report, in terms of the number of youth we have, in the aggregate, we're probably not short on family foster homes per se, but I always want us to be actively recruiting, and I want us to be actively recruiting for some of those specialized homes that we need more of. So we just added a full-time recruiter to each CPA, and then we're creating what we're calling a failure to place network, really trying to create some shared goals across partners. Where if they're able to achieve 0 failures to place within a month, really providing some incentives around that, and then putting in place the possibility, some grants that would allow CPAs to maybe hold back certain beds, almost like a standby bed. You think about like when somebody from a nursing home and goes to the hospital, and you kind of put a bed hold on. This would be kind of a standby bed that would allow for that family to be a family that their focus really is on meeting the needs of those youth where there's a failure to place. A lot of other things going on in terms of some of the high needs areas. It really with both my hats, I think we're really pleased that, 142 beds have been added to PRTFs in the last couple years. Unfortunately, they really weren't able to be staffed very well during the pandemic, but we're hearing some promising things. I was at a Children's Alliance meeting on Friday and just hearing some promising things about beds opening up. And you heard some things yesterday about some additional increases on the PRTF side. And Commissioner Brown is very interested in supporting the development of some of those additional specialized PRTFs that might help meet the needs of more IDD youth or other types of behavior where it's difficult to place the child in an existing setting. Just a handful of other things. Next April, 2023 will be Kansas's turn for the Federal Child and Family Service Review. This is a federal review that happens through the Administration for Children and Families every 4 to 5 years. It looks at outcomes, indicators, and systemic factors, and actually this committee is becoming pretty familiar with a lot of those outcomes. You saw some of them yesterday in some of the reports from our grantees, whether that's around placement stability or child safety or mental health. The site selection in terms of specific counties, there'll be some specific work done in Sedgwick and Crawford County, and then a collection of Northeast counties as well. There's a lot of work going on now. We have to do a self-assessment. We have to do a lot of things for the on-site federal reviewers, but we'll kind of keep you all posted in that. But that will give us some good information. It's been 4 to 5 years since that. I also wanted to mention, this just made me think about that. Probably next week, the data validator, our neutral, the Center for Study for Social Policy, and the McIntyre case should be publishing the first report from the settlement. So And that will be for calendar year 21. So in many cases, you all have seen more recent data. But, it'll be a mixed bag. I mean, it'll certainly show progress on placement stability. It'll certainly show some areas where we have some more work to do. But again, I'll reach out to each of you as that report's coming out. So you have that, and are aware of that before there's maybe any kind of public conversation about that. I wasn't able to do that today. It's still confidential between the parties until the neutral releases that. So, but again, look for that here over the next week or so. Last couple of things I wanted to mention. First, the SOL, and then just a quick update from 2022 legislature. Kansas elected to participate in an opportunity with the Annie Casey Foundation a few months ago based on a proposed permanency option for older youth. The Casey Foundation was doing some work with older youth who really said, the existing models don't all work for us. There needs to be something beyond reintegration, adoption, guardianship, and aging out. And they've come up with, across the country, these young people, an idea with what they've called SOUL, Support, Opportunity, Unity, and Legal Relationships. It's an interesting model where it would allow the young people to really identify one or more caregivers to be their sole family without having to sever their biological family ties. And it's different from guardianship because it would continue after the child is 18. So it really is designed to create that circle of caring adults. It's in the planning phase. We have really, really active work groups. The Casey Foundation's been supporting us. We have, I think about 60% of our participants are youth in care or who've aged out of care. We've got a lot of folks at the table. I'd love this committee to maybe hear more about that from those youth. I don't know how fast this will move. I think there's a lot of facets to it, obviously a lot of legal facets in terms of what that could look like. But it's really, frankly, it's really empowering to hear the youth come to the table and say, what do we need for a successful life? Very quick, just to close up here, a few legislative updates. First, performance-based contracts. This was language from Senate Bill 12 that was put into our budget that asked DCF to do some work around the outcomes that are across our grants and contracts. We've had a series of community meetings in Hayes, Topeka, Emporia, Wichita, and Pittsburgh to jointly develop a plan to implement performance-based contracts. You can see the language here to provide an array of evidence-based and prevention and early intervention services. Really great involvement, great input from folks across the state. We also gathered input from our existing community advisory boards. And so we're working on putting that implementation together and preparing the report that we'll share with all of you this next legislative session. And I thank Senator Faust-Godot for attending in the Wichita meeting. Page 34, again, maybe just another chance to say thank you. Thank you for supporting the salary increases for our protection support workers within DCF and the $7.5 million related to CPAs. And I'd also add the $2 million in the KDAD's budget related to PRTFs. I think you heard some things yesterday about the impact, and we've also heard those same kinds of impacts on the PRTF side. I just thought we just put a few things in there from the DCF side in terms of some continued efforts that we have within the agency related to recruitment and retention of our child investigation staff. You'll see those. On page 35, you heard already yesterday from providers, so I won't repeat that, their appreciation and some of the impacts they've seen from a retention perspective. with the child placing agencies and the licensed residential facilities. The way that funding played out, about 25% of it was used to provide every direct care staff and supervisor a $2,000 payment, and then the remaining has been distributed to the providers to use in accordance with their plans related to recruitment and retention. So again, very, very positive outcomes. We again thank you for that, for recognizing those workforce pieces. Law enforcement sharing update. Last year, of course, one of the pieces of legislation that passed had to do with clarifying what many of us already thought was the case, that we should freely exchange information with law enforcement. So I was glad to have that clarified and codified in statute. We've modified all of our policies and procedures. We've gone through training with our staff, again, and just made sure people are aware of that and have talked about that at our regional meetings. I might mention, just because President Owsley talked about it, we continue to have strong partnerships with law enforcement. In Sedgwick County and in the city of Wichita a couple years ago, we were able to do a couple things. One, to provide them access to some of our data. So when law enforcement were going to respond to a call, they could find out whether or not there'd been any DCF engagement. We do that through an engagement with their dispatchers. And then second, providing some staffing that they use almost like a co-responder, although we provided them a grant, so it's their staff where they've hired kind of social workers or things that can kind of help support the police and sheriff's department. Great reports from them in terms of those outcomes, and again, really, really, really valuable collaboration in Sedgwick County. So, with that, I'll close, Madam Chair. Happy to stand for any questions the committee might have.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have questions for the Secretary? Senator Gossage.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for coming over early today. My question is regarding the couple that were here yesterday, and I know you were present when they spoke to us, and I do see there's an article that's come out in the paper regarding this. So we heard yesterday that there is a process for reporting a grievance to an agency. Is there a process for these parents to report this to a higher level, such as to the department?
There's a couple of things that they can do, Senator. One, they can report to us through our customer service function within DCF. We review and respond to anything that comes in through that channel. So that's an option that they have. And then, of course, now with the new Office of Child Advocate, they also would have that more independent entity as well that they could certainly report to as well. I mean, those are the two facets that I would say.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, I read yesterday a post that came up yesterday, and this one just came up about 5 minutes ago, also from Friends, and it states this: foster care is exhausting in every sense of the word. It will leave you physically exhausted from wrangling kids all day, only to drag you through multiple nights of catnapping in between tending to feeds, nightmares, and crushed souls. The emotional toll rips your heart out piece by piece with goodbyes that should never happen, a weariness that makes finding peace difficult, and a witness to the ongoing suffering that you have no ability to change. It affects every aspect and facet of your life: your marriage, kids, friendships, plans, time, health, headspace, finances, and faith. There is rarely little that is untouched in your home when you choose to willingly bring chaos, trauma, brokenness, and nothing short of a destructive system into your refuge. And I have zero say in what happens. And this is the kind of thing that we were hearing. This is a foster mother for the first time that, loves these children. But we're hearing this, and I love, the report is always very well done, but I'm wondering if we're actually addressing foster parents feeling like they're not being heard. Can you tell us how you're addressing that with the department?
Yeah, that is I guess first thing I would say is, I mean, and it should go without saying, but it probably needs to be said. I mean, foster parents, I mean, gosh, they're the heart and soul of our system. I mean, opening their homes to youth, just very, 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 very critical. We obviously couldn't do this work without them. And one of the things that we are proud about as a state is the fact that we keep 90-some% of our youth in a family-based setting. Most states can't say that. They might have 30% of their youth in a residential setting. We only do that because we have those willing foster parents and relatives who come to the table and take those youth in. So again, it's really the heart and soul of our system. There's a number of facets that happen with regard to input from foster parents, and we contract with an entity to manage kind of a network for foster parents. And so that's been in place. We recently moved to, I think, a new partner in that. So there's some outreach that happens. There's some ways that input is received. Obviously, there's trainings through the Children's Alliance. Each of our child placing agencies, they, of course, as the entities that recruit those foster parents, have certain pieces in place. And then some of our contractors have done some things. But, I've really taken to heart, though, the things that I've heard the last, not just yesterday, but the last, just at different points in time. I think that we can do more as it relates to how we outreach to foster parents. We can't always change an outcome that happens, but we certainly can ensure that foster parents feel like they're being heard. Through many of our advisory groups, we have foster parents that sit on that. As a part of the settlement, the McIntyre settlement, we have foster parents who sit on that advisory board. We have foster parents who are part of Family First, the advisory committee. So again, really trying to bring them to the table. But I hear enough things to know that I think there's maybe some more work that we need to do there to ensure that they feel like they have those avenues and venues. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and I'd like to follow up. I mentioned a couple of times yesterday that the theme of retaliation that we hear from foster parents, and my little phone thing's gone. I think that it's really prevalent. I hear about it so often, but whether it's actually happening or not, the fact that they feel that way is a problem. And I don't have any ideas of how to address it, but I just think that we need to take it seriously, and I'm sure you do.
I think that those facets, Representative, are part of why I said it's been kind of heavy on my mind about how might we outreach better with foster parents. Whenever I hear those pieces, and we investigate obviously a lot of circumstances that come our way where people believe that they've experienced a retaliation, or maybe in some cases have. I don't think that that's prevalent, but I wouldn't rule out that that's happened in instances, because we have investigated circumstances where we've seen that. But I think that's what leads me to say that we need to think about ways to maybe bring foster parents to the table in some fashion on a more regular basis, where they can feel like they have some avenues that are maybe outside of their specific jurisdiction where they are, to maybe have their voices heard, to maybe hear a little bit more directly about some of what we're hoping to accomplish, and see what ideas they might have around that as well.
Okay, good. Any other questions? Representative Bousley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Secretary. The reduction in need for foster care, thank you for bringing that to our attention, from a third reduction to 50% reduction in the 3 counties over 3 years. That's large in my opinion. And then you had mentioned 142 new PRTF beds over the last 2 years?
Over the last 2 years, that's right. More licensed beds, that's right. Yeah, we've been working hard on that, on the KDAD side, to increase the number of those PRTF beds.
And were those in addition to existing facilities? Are those new facilities? Are we reaching new counties?
Yes, I mean, both. I mean, you heard part of it yesterday, right, when you heard from Ember Hope and kind of some of the specialized resourcing going there. But no, we've added to existing facilities, then we've also added PRTFs in a couple of counties. I'd be happy to kind of provide this committee like with a map that would kind of show you where those beds are at, if that would be helpful.
Please and thank you.
Yeah.
And because I know I've had discussions with you in the past that you wanted to get them community-based, not necessarily, institutional.
Yep.
So I'd be curious to see the work on that. And then the SOUL program, is that an opportunity unique to Kansas with the Annie Casey Foundation? This is the first I've heard of it.
Well, Kansas was the first state to say that we would go for it in terms of trying to think about what this might mean, that we would bring our youth to the table, we would bring our partners to the table and work on this. So yeah, I mean, I think a couple months ago I would have said Kansas is the only state in the nation. I do think that a couple of other states may have now reached back out to Casey to express interest. There was a state that was ahead of us. I might be wrong. I think maybe it was Minnesota, but I think they maybe lagged in some progress there. But so I think we're the one that's most actively engaged in this. Again, but a whole series of I think there's maybe a couple more days next week of folks coming together to think about this. And I think to me, it's just what is so valuable is hearing from those youth what they need for their life to be successful. And we know how important it is to have a connection when one would leave care and a lifelong connection. So.
And thank you for that. The importance of having the foster parents, at the table is equally with the youth at the table. And I know Missouri has a youth-led program as far as kids that have aged out. And from my understanding, it's seen a lot of success. So I look forward to watching this one develop.
Yeah, and we have a Kansas Youth Advisory Council. I think you had the chance to hear from them last year. They're very involved in this SOUL process. And and one of our young people was recently in D.C. Receiving an award and doing some things there. So we're really proud of Stormy and some of the activity that he's done. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions. Let's start with the foster homes. So you provide that bar graph, or the line graph actually, where we are increasing in the rate of moves. Is that because of the loss of almost 500 foster homes over the course of 2 years?
I don't know that I would attribute it to that, Senator. We made some really good progress in terms of placement moves. A little bit of an uptake then in this past year. I'm still far below where it was. I mean, I think what I would say, I can't rule out that there are homes that might have been appropriate homes for some of those youth with high needs that are no longer with us. Or they may be no longer with us because they've adopted some of our youth with high needs. But I don't know that I would say that. What I would say is that we clearly have some gaps in our service array to meet the needs of some of those highest needs youth. That's why we're looking at things like therapeutic foster care. I'm also interested in is looking at the idea of some more specialized family foster homes related to the IDD system. We have a lot of, it seems like we have even I was at the Children's Alliance last week, a lot of conversation about difficulties in placement related to IDD youth, some of the barriers to families receiving services to be able to care for those youth with our high waiting list. So I think from my perspective, it's the ability to invest in and develop some of those specialized family homes, as well as maybe some specialized things on the treatment side, Senator. Yeah.
Okay, so if we have just under 2,500 foster homes, but in 2 years we lost 487. Have we circled back around with those foster homes what have we done to survey them as to why they're no longer a part of our state system?
I don't know, Senator. I'll need to check. I think when folks tell our licensing entity that they no longer want to keep their license, I think there's something related to that, but I'm not sure. I actually have had that same thought that perhaps we should reach out to them to hear what's led to that. I mean, is it the sorts of frustration that were talked about here? Is it just it's a different season in life? Is it that, they've adopted a child? What are those reasons? So, yeah, I'll certainly commit to us doing some active work in that regard, Senator.
I think it would be helpful if that came from DCF as opposed to whatever organization they were working directly with, so your contractors. Because I think that might foster perhaps a more open response.
I agree, Senator. I think that's right. I think in that context, and because we're the licensing agency as well, I think we have an avenue to first see what we do collect, and then second to see what outreach might mean after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you share with us? So your contractors. What is the expiration for each of those contractors? Are they staggered, or do we have several that are coming up? And what things will you take into consideration? And would a high attrition of foster parents be one of the things that you would take into consideration when you are negotiating with them to renew?
Okay. So on the case management provider side, our case management partners, we are a year out from, it would be let me see if I get this right, the end of, help me, Deputy Secretary, the end of fiscal year 24 would be when those contracts would, those grants would expire. And so I would be taking a lot of things into consideration. Again, the loss of foster parents, some of our, remember foster parents work with child placement agencies. Some of our CMPs are also child placement agencies. Not all of them, but as we look at the rebid for those grants, I'll be looking at the whole array of performance. You looked at some of those factors yesterday. We build into our CMP contracts the same kinds of goals and outcomes that are included within the federal review for us as an agency. Some of the facets that were in the McIntyre settlement, we built into those contracts. And so, and we've been monitoring those entities on that, and they've had opportunities since we agreed to McIntyre, they've had opportunities to do performance improvement plans for those measures for which they're falling short. I anticipate this fall, probably in October, we'll also move forward with a provision of our existing grants that allows provision of incentives or penalties for those who still have failed to make progress. This is the year that would kick in under our grants. So I do think it's kind of a broad array. Certainly the performance will be a key factor as we think about, it'll be a bid process, of course, again. So, but obviously how one is performed, how they're meeting the goals will be really critical. It's a little bit of an all of the above, but I'm glad that we have a lot of performance data within which to kind of assess that going forward.
So are any of the current contractors under performance improvement plans?
They are. In fact, we can provide you that detail because the performance improvement plans are under each outcome. So maybe a contractor might be under a performance improvement plan that might relate to placement stability. Someone else might be under a performance improvement plan related to something else. So some are under more than one performance improvement plan. I think all have at least one, but we can provide you that detail. Yeah, that's all something we that's public information. Yeah.
So you have a sense, I thought the McIntyre report was going to come out before we met. I thought that was supposed to come out in July, or at least early August. But do you have a sense of what, because you have contractors and improvement plans, you have a sense of what that report's going to say, don't you?
I do, Senator, because the way we structured that, most of what's in the report is based on data that we already collect or that's done as part of the Federal Child and Family Services Review. There's some things that weren't. I mean, before I get to kind of maybe what the report will say, I think everyone has been a little bit frustrated with the delay in the report. It's interesting. Our data validator, the Center for Study for Social Policy, they do this across the country, but there's a lot of complexities in gathering the data in Kansas because of having a fully privatized system, because of having data even at our state level in multiple systems. I mean, you all have been great in supporting our planning for our comprehensive child welfare information system, which you'll see more requests in our budget to actually advance that to implementation. But that's been the huge barrier, is just data challenges that our data neutral has faced. And again, no one's fault per se. I mean, just challenges with our data system. So, and you'll see some of that written in the report. You know, as I said, the report will be calendar year 21 data. And so you'll actually see another report with not that long, because the second report will certainly come out sooner in the next calendar year. So, you know, I mean, I can't speak to the specifics just because I'm kind of bound to keeping it confidential until the neutral publishes under the terms of the agreement. But again, no real surprises. I mean, the McIntyre settlement was set up to function over a period of a few years with targets set for individual years. Some of the same things we've talked about today. You know, we'll see progress in placement stability. Those are factual data numbers where we'll exceed some of the expectations for year one. We'll see some gaps and challenges in some other areas where we haven't progressed as far as I would like. We've talked today about failure to place. I mean, one of the things we agreed to in the report was that we wouldn't have any children in offices. I mean, as we talked about, even though we've made some progress in that regard, we're not at zero, so the report, of course, will indicate that. So, I mean, you'll see a bit of a mixed bag, Senator, you know, essentially saying here's the progress the state's making, here's where the state's kind of hit those first-year indicators, and here's where we still have some gaps, again, with an expectation that progress happen over a multi-year period.
So if one of your contractors doesn't meet the goals that you've set for them for the improvement plan, what is that penalty? Is there a financial clawback? Is it they lose points in consideration for a new contract? What is that penalty?
What our existing grants have in place, Senator, and what will go into effect of this fall is there's the opportunity for a financial penalty to the grantee. Yeah. I mean, the other sorts of things you've talked about, I mean, those would be the sorts of things we would consider as we move into that process of thinking about rebidding. That wouldn't be built into like a current contract. But yeah, you'll see that. As I said, folks have had the opportunity over the couple of years to do performance improvement plans. And in many cases, those have been successful, you know, and it's interesting when you look across the data, across our partners, because you'll see, you know, maybe TFI looking really great in one area and KVC looking really good in another area. I mean, it's not as, It's not as clear as, gosh, one contractor is just here and the other contractors are here. I mean, there are strains that you'll see, frankly, in each one of the four as you look at that data. And I think I actually meant to have this today, but we don't have the kind of the final 2022 data. But I know when you were talking yesterday about kind of that rubric, we do report, publicly each of our data points, on a regular basis, and those are broken down for each of those criteria, whether you're talking about placement stability or mental health or those pieces. Those also are broken down by each of our grantees. So, that's certainly information that can be available to the committee. But again, you'll see strains in each of them, and you'll see areas where they need to improve in each of them.
I have another question, but I will just, I'll save that for another time.
Anybody else? I don't see any online, are there? Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your flexibility, changing time. So I'm looking now at returning from lunch at 1:30. Does that work for you? Okay. So yeah, at 1:30, then we'll hear from the Office of the Child Advocate. We'll break till then. This afternoon. So first up, we are going to go back to the Division of Child Advocate. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Is this working okay?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and ranking members of committee. I appreciate the opportunity this afternoon to introduce myself and share with you the Division of the Child Advocate and the work that we have been doing over the last, essentially, well, we're getting ready to enter our 9th month, essentially, and I'm excited to share with you about our progress, some of the challenges that we've faced, and our plans moving forward. So I know it's your second day, and it's after lunch. So I debated whether I was going to use my PowerPoint. I'm going to, just to keep myself on track. So hopefully it pulls up okay. Can you see the PowerPoint from your position? Okay. We were, weren't we?
Yeah.
Famous last words. Well, as we're figuring out technical difficulties, I'll go ahead and get started. So my name is Carrie Launard, and I am the child advocate here in Kansas. Here with me are two of my team members. They came to join me in support and also really to just observe the process as a new division and the first time to appear in front of the committee today. So I joined the position of the child advocate coming from about 20 years plus in child welfare. Started out as a social worker and school social worker for a number of years, working with children and families, and then decided to go to law school, knowing that children and families was going to be a focus in public service. And after graduating from law school at Washburn Law, joined Kansas Legal Services, where I was a staff attorney and then a managing attorney for about 15 years. In that role, I did a lot of work in child welfare, working with our Children's Advocacy Resource Center, working as a guardian ad litem, representing parents in child in need of care cases, also representing grandparents, family members, and foster parents through the process. This opportunity was close to my heart. I'd been watching the proposed legislation over the years and knew that hoping that Kansas could join the 23 plus states that have some type of child advocate office or ombudsman office. And so to be in the position to assist in building it from the ground up in the hopes that it can provide a voice to children and families and others who are in the child welfare system, and to build a foundation, hopefully, that will last, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now. So when I started back in December, I had the duty to submit an annual report within about 2-3 weeks of being in the position. So I did share that with you. That was requested of me. As you may have reviewed the annual report, really it was just a snapshot into what I was hoping we could be developing over the next several months and over the next several years. And so today, the intention really is to walk through that report and where we started back in January and how far we've come as a division. So the first goal was building a team. So when I first started, obviously I was an office of one and working to hire a team and find the best fit with the expertise and and really a mission-driven team that was committed to the goals and the mission of the Child Advocate Office. And I'm happy to report that at this point in time, we're fully staffed as of the end of February. So to introduce you to a couple of our team members, I do have one of our case analysts and then our office administrator with us this afternoon. Our case analysts really come to the division with a fairly diverse background in regards to child welfare, whether it be here in Kansas or in other states. Both as investigators of child abuse and neglect at some point in time in their career, foster care case managers, and one of our case analysts in another state actually worked for a similar ombudsman agency doing investigations. One of the next goals was to establish a way for the public to find us, to get information out. And so working to develop a website for the public to have information regarding the Division of the Child Advocate, to be able to submit an online complaint form with us, to receive education and information, as well as the ability to reach our office. So again, I'm happy to share that we've made progress in that regard. So we do have a toll-free line. That was actually more challenging than I thought. We thought we had a number for a long time. We advertised it and then it wasn't working. So I'm happy to say about 2 weeks ago, we were able to confirm that it's officially working for folks. We have a office email that the community and individuals can reach us directly and submit concerns and communicate, as well as our website, and then we also have a social media presence now. So again, one of our goals was making sure that the public was able to locate us, learn about our division, and communicate their concerns and their experiences. So in April, we worked to roll out a social media presence, both on Facebook and Twitter. That was really in honor of Child Abuse Prevention Month in April. Again, we used that month to email and notify a number of different service providers and stakeholders across the state, which we're continuing to do. Most recently, we sent information to all of the district court administrators regarding our division in the hopes that we can share that information with the courts and court personnel as well. Over the last couple months, we've had the opportunity to meet with DCF staff, a number of, whether it's regional directors, foster care liaisons, the deputy secretary, and Secretary Howard have been very instrumental in ensuring that we have the opportunity to introduce ourselves, talk to folks about our division. That continued outreach, moving forward, I have scheduled to meet with the DCF Youth Programs entity to hopefully do some better outreach with our older youth, and then speak with the CASA directors tomorrow, actually, in a presentation. So again, our mission with Kansas Division of Child Advocate really is providing that independent oversight, increased accountability of our state child welfare services, and improving delivery and deepening confidence. We know that we've heard in the last day and a half, the things that we're doing well, the things we're improving on, and the things that here in Kansas we need to continue to make strides to meet the needs of our children and families. And we hope that through our work with the division, we can play an instrumental role in that process. One of our other goals over the last couple months was figuring out how we can manage our own data when people contact us, managing the information. We were able to secure the ability to obtain a case management system. We're getting ready to roll that out, at least the initial process this month. It will take some time to troubleshoot and put it into place. Right now, we're using the old school Excel method. And there's definitely some challenges with that. We're working over the last couple months developing the policies and procedures. As you noted in the annual report, part of the time that I spent was really talking with other states that have child advocate programs or child and family ombudsman divisions, and talking with them about what their policies and procedures are, how they were initiated, whether it's by executive order or by statute, the changes that they've made over the years, the barriers that they've overcome, in the hopes that really we can build the Kansas division in a way that's going to work best for Kansas and avoid some of those pitfalls that maybe the other states have experienced over the years. So in doing so, our policies and procedures essentially are evolving. As we, as a team, are working with community and with our stakeholders, we're wanting to receive ongoing feedback so that we can best meet their needs. And through that, our policies and procedures, we're modifying those as we go along in the hopes that we can really build a division and program that's going to be solid in its foundation. When we first started talking, and I say we, with my team, first started talking with a lot of the stakeholders, whether it was through the case management programs or the child placement agencies and the workers, whether it's foster parents, there was a lot of question about what our division was going to be, what we can and cannot do, what our role is, and I think people are trying to feel that out, and we are too, as we're evolving and developing. But really the goal is to work alongside all of the systems that are playing and be able to assist and better the systems. And so in doing so, we want to make sure that we are building those relationships and that trust with the individuals that we're having contact with. One of the other goals is establishing a timely, thorough, and reliable response procedure. So that's been challenging, to be honest. So as we're building a new division, that meant not only did I, talk about hiring staff, but that meant just finding a location to land. So when I first started, I was in a temporary office and was able to transition now in sharing an office with the other public advocates, with the Cane Care Ombudsman and the Long-Term Care Ombudsman. So now we're under one space. And so building a staff, establishing those procedures to receive those concerns and those complaints that come to us, and being able to really balance the ability to thoroughly investigate from that neutral perspective and then respond in a timely way. And that's a process, again, that we're evolving as we move forward. So the three real components and foundation that we're focusing on, which really come from other state models and best practices, is coming from the position of neutrality. That we want to, when a complaint comes to us, we want to come to it with a neutral lens to make sure that we are thoroughly investigating the concern that's coming to us. From a place of independence, that we are not representing the judicial branch, we're not representing the legislature, we're not representing the executive branch, and we're not representing the complainant who comes to us. We're coming at it from a very independent, neutral position to really look at that concern and provide solid recommendations moving forward in advocacy. The third component that is essential is confidentiality. We want to make sure that we're honoring the confidential nature of the concerns that are coming to us, the children and families that we're looking into their lives, and the complainant themselves. We've heard, and you'll hear me repeat this again, and we've heard it over the last day and a half as well, is that concern about retaliation. And so we really do want to honor the confidential nature of the complaint itself and who the complainant is. So, as I mentioned, we've worked closely with DCF and the CMPs and CPAs to develop access to records and information. Again, Deputy Secretary Keys and Secretary Howard and their staff have been very supportive in the process. I think that there's some experience in working with the Missouri Child Advocate previously and understanding how that process worked. And so we've been able to work towards establishing MOUs with DCF and the CMPs to have access to information. Although I will say that one of the barriers that we faced is, and I think this was noted by Secretary Howard earlier, is that because the nature of privatization and the nature that DCF at this point is still managing numerous databases, that is also a barrier for us, like it is for the federal neutral, was figuring out all of these new systems of information, not just with DCF, but with all of our CMPs. So we're, how does St. Francis manage their records? And how are we going to be able to review those? How is KVC managing their records? And how do we review those? And so that's been a process. So I'll talk a little bit about this, and then I'll jump forward into our process itself, which I think hopefully will make some sense. We've narrowed down, and again, this is looking at how other states have modeled their child advocate or ombudsman programs, which is there's essentially three main types of cases or investigations that we would be looking at. Case-specific investigations, which really at this point in time is the majority of what we're looking at, and that means that a particular person brought a concern to us about a particular case, and so we're looking into that situation. The next level essentially is a systemic investigation, and that's looking at someone is bringing a concern to us that's really systemic concerns, whether it's a particular region or a particular practice, and we're looking at how those systems are playing in interplay and how then that's affecting numerous cases. And so we may, if it's a systemic investigation, we may be looking at maybe a pool of cases in that area or that are involved in that court or in that region. And then a KDCA initiated investigation really would be one that we would initiate based on all of that information that we've received through our other investigations. If we've identified a particular problem, whether it's chronic and it's reoccurring, and that we want to look at a larger scale of information so that we can provide the best possible recommendations moving forward. So who can file a complaint? Essentially, we have accepted complaints from any concerned citizen who has knowledge or information or experience regarding a concern as far as a child who is either alleged to be a child in need of care or is adjudicated to be a child in need of care. And I will show, the next slide gives you a quick snapshot or idea of who's bringing those concerns to us. They may have, they may actually qualify for a number of different, relationships, but we really have received concerns from pretty much everyone on this list for the most part. So some types of concerns that we're hearing. These won't be a surprise to any of you here today. These are concerns that I think have been voiced over the years, who have been voiced to this committee, and are something that the agency and other service providers are looking at. So some of the concerns that have come through to us are concerns about just initial removal and what that initial investigation looked like. And some of the concerns involve inadequate case management services or a breakdown in communication. Case plan tasks that are not something that either support the case plan goal or that feel reasonable or obtainable. Concerns regarding placement, whether it's with family and identifying those placements and early on, and then providing support to placement. Delays in achieving permanency, whether the goal be reintegration or adoption. Concerns with quality legal representation, communication and access with their attorneys or the guardian ad litem. Timely and adequate mental health services. I think we've heard quite a bit about just access to mental health services, particularly for those with the high acuity needs, and that's something that we're hearing. Concerns regarding the best interest staffings and that process. visits or family time, issues with getting those scheduled, making sure that people have transportation is a concern that we've heard. And post-adoption supports and mental health services to prevent disruption. And I think that plays in, again, to those mental health needs, and particularly those kiddos that have those high acuity needs. So we've had some folks come to us at different stages in the case. We had quite a few actually reach out early on to the division who either were getting close to their case, either reaching some type of permanency or closing, and knew that there may not be a direct impact that our division could have in their particular situation, but really wanted us to look into their case and their situation. Some of those cases spanned several years, so we're looking at a lot of information to really, they want to make sure that if there can be recommendations and some changes along the way so that other families don't have to go through what they experienced, and that was their goal. And so we do have some of those cases that either had just closed or were getting ready to close in permanency. So this is just a quick look at the relationship that those who brought complaints to us have shared. And you'll notice probably the two largest groups right now are either the biological natural parent or the adoptive parent, as well as foster parents. And a couple things about that. I know that there was some communication earlier about, foster parents not feeling like they had a voice. And so our division does hope that we can provide that resource to foster parents to feel like they do have a place to voice their concern. Some of the complainants that have come to us have either already used the other grievance procedures within the agencies that are available to them, and either didn't feel that their concerns had been addressed or really were looking for a different outcome. Others had voiced the concern that there may be that retaliation if they exercised that process, and so they felt more comfortable reaching out to our division. One of the groups that I talked with a couple months ago was a group of foster parents sharing about our division with them, and I will say that the concern or that feeling of retaliation was very prevalent. And again, just the fact that they're feeling that way, I think is important for all of us to acknowledge and recognize. I thought what was interesting is one of them had voiced, well, how do we express to people what's going on? And one of the other foster parents said, well, there's a foster parent court report that you can submit. And many of them in that same group said, I didn't know about that. I've never heard of that. And so I think that that's just an example of a place that's it's within statute. There's a form. It's something that's easy for foster parents to submit. And so an area that we can make sure to inform foster parents that they do have that right and opportunity to submit that to the court. And so our division was able to at least attempt to provide that information. We put it on our website. We gave some information about it. We provided the link in the form, hopefully for another avenue for folks to get information and education. So as far as submitting a concern to our office, you can submit an online complaint form. There's both just the regular form, and then we have more of a youth-friendly form that you can access online. You can also do it by calling our office, particularly if you have access barriers in regards to the internet or online capacity. So once we receive a complaint, we're going to look at whether it's within our scope, whether it's something that, and when I say that, we've had some that we have had to let them know that, hey, this isn't just not something that our division can do, it's out of sight of our scope, but let me make sure that we try to give you some resources and do that warm handoff. And in that process, we've had some individuals share with us that, thank you for listening to me. You're the first one who actually let us talk all the way through, and tried to give us some other answers and didn't just say, sorry, we can't help. And so that's been a goal within our office and our team, is to do what we can to access resources for folks if we're not the right place for them. If it is within our scope, we're going to send a formal notice assigning just a general number to the case and notifying the agency, the DCF, the case management provider, the child placing agency, and the court, if it's applicable, in regards to notice that we're going to be looking into a situation in your area. We're then going to be in contact more directly with case management providers, whether it's the case management team, whether it's with parents, attorneys, and parents, the guardian ad litem, and other individuals to try to gather information. At the same time, we're requesting records or accessing information to review as we move forward and initiate the investigation. Once we feel like we have all of the information, we've completed all interviews, and we're getting ready to essentially draft some type of findings that's going to either find that the concerns that were brought to us were supported or unsupported. We're going to put that information into some type of closing format that goes first to the agencies to give them an opportunity to review and provide a response. And once they do so, after 10 days, then we provide that to the complainant with a summary, whether their concerns were supported or unsupported, and then the agency responses if we've received any. That might look a little different depending on what the relationship is to the child and the family. So if it is a parent who brought us the complaint or concern, the information that they receive is going to look very different than, let's say, a neighbor who has no direct relationship or access to that confidential information. A couple things that we try to make sure that we inform folks. I will say that we're trying to be much more intentional about this early on because when people bring concerns to us, they want a particular outcome, and there are certain things that we can and cannot do. And so when we talk about the things that we cannot do, we want to make sure and talk them through about other resources and avenues as well. So directly investigating allegations of abuse or neglect that need an immediate response, we're going to still direct them to either the child abuse hotline with DCF or law enforcement. We do not have the authority to intervene or interfere in the actual court proceedings. We do have the ability at this point in time to file an amicus brief if there's an appellate court case on file, but not at the district court level. In regards to investigating individual complaints or concerns, we've had some individuals voice some concerns about maybe a particular attorney or a judge or a guardian ad litem. When we're looking at a case and we're investigating, we're looking at the courts as one of the systems that's interplaying in the child welfare system, but not necessarily looking into a direct individual, whether there's been some ethical violations or concerns. But we do want to make sure that we provide the resource for that process. And so if they have a particular concern about an attorney or a guardian ad litem per se, then we would direct them to the Kansas disciplinary administrator. We don't have the ability to overturn an actual court order. We can work with folks about information, but we can't mandate a change in a court order or mandate an actual reversal in an agency decision. We can absolutely work with folks to change the trajectory, but we can't mandate that. Or offer legal advice, which as an attorney, I do have to take a pause sometimes because I want to provide some information, and so it's making sure that I'm staying in that role of education versus advice. So when through the case, there's going to be different levels of what we would consider, intervention or assistance or providing to the complainant themselves. So one of the things that I know can be challenging that we've faced already is that when a complainant comes to us, they have their particular experience and their lens and their hat on, and it's very easy to be compelled by their experiences. And I think that that's crucial for us to take into account. But we also have to remember that it's not the only experience and it's not the only lens when looking at that case. And so we try to make sure that we let individuals know that we are not their direct advocate, that we are that neutral, independent investigative entity that's looking into the situation. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to also assist along the way. So one level of assistance, and intervention is a strong word, but we do want to, if we can, intervene to advocate for a correction in a situation, whether it's, having a conversation with the case management team or with DCF or, with representatives with the court in regards to a particular policy or procedure that may not be followed, then we want to try to do that. And again, if it means that we can change that trajectory, the earlier on the better to benefit the children and families. A lot of that really comes down to just asking questions, encouraging and facilitating just open and thorough communication as we're moving forward. So KDCA assistance really is just that other piece of providing, working with the complainant, working with the agency, a service provider, whoever it is, in assisting them along the way. So really, in a lot of ways, it's mediating a particular issue. And it may be a small issue that we're able to assist and mediate along the way while we continue our investigation within the case. For example, we had a situation where really it was a line of communication, and it was a matter of just getting all the players in the same room and assisting with that communication. And then monitoring a case, as we're working a case and investigating, we also want to, and addressing the particular concern that was brought to us, there may be times where we may just continue to monitor the case to make sure that it stays really on the right track, that everyone is doing what they need or should be doing to meet the needs of the children and family, and achieve permanency, whether that's reintegration or permanent custodianship, adoption, or APLA. We want to make sure that we're monitoring that along the way. So just a quick snapshot of what we're managing right now within our office. We have around 69 or so open cases. We are working to move some of those to our closed and completed cases. Some of those we've notified individuals that we do intend to continue to monitor. Like I said, we've had numerous individuals contact our office where it's really been out of scope, but again, if we can provide them a direct resource and a warm handoff, then we want to do that. We've had some folks who have contacted us and say, you know what, I don't want to submit a formal complaint to you yet. I just wanted to learn about your division. I wanted to share with you about what we're experiencing, and I'll be in touch if we want to do a formal complaint. And so we're just keeping track of those in case they reach back out, or there may be those situations where we've just lost contact. I will say that the number of open investigations, again, is one that we're hoping to move forward and get things wrapped up more quickly. But as we are developing over these last couple months, our process has evolved and changed. And as a team, we're trying to be very intentional. And so there have been, some barriers along the way. Some of that's just access to the databases and information, figuring out who we do need to do interviews with and meet with. And so Definitely a goal probably within our second year will be really, narrowing that timeline and reducing that as far as when folks first reach out to us and the ability to provide some type of closure. So just a quick chart just to show kind of over the last couple months when cases have come into our division. I would say, May doesn't surprise me because we definitely spent April doing some outreach and sending information through to folks via mail, kind of rolling out our social media. And so I don't think it's surprising to see that number in April, or I guess in May, jumped up. Sources of where complaints have come to us, we do like to ask how they learned about our division. And so, sometimes it's because they've done their own Google search and they've located information about our division, or it may be a particular organization that they're working with. We've had attorneys who have directed their clients to give us to contact our division with our concerns. We've had agency workers provide information regarding our division to folks. We've had legislators and other constituent services direct individuals to give us to contact us. So this just gives a quick kind of snapshot of where concerns and investigations are open across the state. I didn't do by map, although now that I think about it, maybe we should have, but it does just give you an idea of the areas. And really, if you look at it, we've received concerns, at least one or two from every area in our state. And so for us, at least as a division that knows that some of the outreach has been successful, I think there's some places that we definitely could get the word out and do some better outreach. But as far as concerns, I also think it's important to look at as we start tracking information, whether when we're looking at those systemic concerns and identifying who came to us, how they learned about us, and what the actual issues are based on their area. And so really then at that point, it's looking at how we can pull together outcomes and develop a process for analyzing data. We are, as a team, working to put together some type of survey. We've done some reviews of just general surveys to gather information from complainants so that we can learn from them about things that we did well as a division and things that we can do better in providing a service. And so we're working on getting that rolled out as well. We want to see the division be really a platform to coordinate the efforts of other groups. And so over the years, I've been a part of the Permanency Task Force with court improvement, part of the citizens review panels. And so there's a lot of groups that are looking at how to improve child welfare. And so bringing all of those voices, we hope that the Division of the Child Advocate can be a platform to bring those concerns to the Joint Committee and to other folks who are looking closely at how we can do better. And so really it's looking at the three levels of intervention and how can we provide assistance at that micro level within the cases, how we can work with the agencies to improve policies and procedures and practices, whether it's a policy that's not being followed in practice, or maybe it's one that everybody's following perfectly, but it's having that unintended adverse impact. And so what can we do to make those changes? And then at a larger macro level of working with the legislature and other leadership to make changes for Kansas. So this is just the contact information again for our division. And Madam Chair and Committee, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for being here today. Committee, do we have questions? Senator Gossage.
Thank you. It's very nice to meet you. Thank you for coming before our group. You've had quite a challenge in 1 year to try to put all of this together. One of my questions was going to be, you have your list of what you cannot do and, well, what can you do? And you kind of interwove that in there, but I think in ongoing presentations, it would be good to have, well, we can't do this, but we can do that. Rather than just your verbal, that would be helpful to us. You said that sometimes it's just a matter of, to resolve things, getting the parties together because of miscommunication. Do you facilitate that?
We have done that once so far, formally, where we had invited essentially representatives from the CMP, the CPA, and DCF to one space to hopefully clear up some communication channels. And the feedback that we receive moving forward is that that did make improvements. And so, that is just one tool, I think, in the toolbox for us moving forward, is that hopefully we can facilitate those conversations and lines of communication.
And then, how long have you been fully staffed?
As of right at the end of February.
Okay, well, that was good. That's pretty timely. Yes. And then, to you, in a particular case, you said you had 69 cases. What does success look like?
I think that's a challenging question, and one that I think as a division that we're working out. So, success is going to be measured, one, just on our own internal processes and working and responding to folks who are bringing a concern to us, making sure that we're responding timely to their concerns from the point of initial contact to just ongoing communication. If it is able to change the trajectory, or even just small steps, if it means contacting the agency to address the concern that visits between parent and child were not happening on a regular basis, and if making that one phone call helps change that process, then that's a success in measurement. And then I think there's the larger scale successes, and I think it's bringing voice to individuals who really felt like they didn't have another place to voice those concerns.
And my last question, Madam Chair, is when you were reading to us a list of these are the type of complaints that we're receiving, I saw more than just myself flipping through looking for that. That would be nice to have as well. I thought that was very intuitive. Thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions.
Other questions? Do I have any online? Oh. Representative Owsley.
Not so much a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to thank you for being here. And you put a lot of work into simple slides for us to be able to see on the monitor. I know how much work went into a lot of this, and one thing that I don't think had come up in any of our conversations was how Kansas is so unique because of the privatized system that we have. Because I know we discussed, having the different states' advocates and ombudsmen be able to work with one another and off of one another. We know that could be life-saving in situations. And so thank you for bringing that to our attention and keeping your policies fluid at the moment so that we know how to, better go forward. I kind of feel like for 9 months in, you're fully staffed and you're in front of the committee. Good work. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You may or may not have heard a question that I asked the Secretary, and that was with regard to the almost 500 foster homes that are no longer serving as foster homes in our state in these last 2 years. And so I asked if we had circled back and contacted them as far as the reasons why. In looking at part of what you had prepared for today, the Secretary is busy with her tasks at hand, and it might be appropriate if perhaps that was something that your office took the lead at, because I think in some ways that it might reflect perhaps some systemic issues that are system-wide or might be just specific to certain contractors. But if that was something that you felt that you would be able to address, particularly, I guess what I did hear from you is when you met with some foster folks, they really weren't sure how it was that they could go about sharing a concern or complaint.
Right.
We kind of keep hearing a little bit of that reoccurrence that it's not quite clear. And so I think it would be helpful for the system to have the information from at least those almost 50 households. And I think sometimes it's not just one issue, it might be a cumulative number of issues. But I think it would be helpful for that to occur. And so certainly, I guess it's up to you guys, either rock, paper, scissors. But when I look at the context of this, it might be perhaps more helpful if it came out of your office as opposed to the individual that's negotiating agreements in future years and so forth. I guess the other question that the question that I have is, what have you come up with as far as marketing and promotion so that in fact current foster parents know what process to go through? Because we've got about 2,500 of those, and I have a feeling not all of them know what really is the best avenue to start a process if there's an issue of concern.
Yeah, and so, well, let me, Senator Baumgardner, let me start with just your first comment or suggestion in regards to our office, maybe facilitating the survey of those foster parents that have decided to no longer renew their license. And I think that's an important piece of the puzzle, really, when we're looking at how we're doing. And so I would invite that conversation with the department and working with the CPAs. And so if our office can help facilitate that project, then we would welcome that opportunity. And as I mentioned, we had talked a lot with other states in talking with them about the things that they've done. And it's some of those types of projects or reviews that really they have felt have had the most impact in their state. And so, moving forward, that's definitely something that was on our radar, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for that. In regards to the second, I guess the question about the marketing
I know you said you put it on the website, but people have to go and find that.
They do, and actually, when you first create a website and you Google it, within the first month or so, we would Google it, and it would be on page 5 of your Google sheet, and so you couldn't find it. Now, I think we're moving up, and this is beyond my area of expertise. I'm not a website developer or IT person, so I will say it's improving, and so we have, it's trying to get the word out. It's been. Word of mouth has probably been our primary resource of people coming to us. As far as marketing and outreach, we have we've met with DCF and asked them to, disseminate the information. We've definitely received referrals as they've provided the information. We've met with the CPAs and the Children's Alliance board to provide information regarding our division. And so, but could we do more? And absolutely. And if anyone has marketing ideas of reaching those foster parents and those folks, then we would welcome those ideas and opportunities. School systems are probably the next on our list to send information to. And those folks and mental health providers. We've brainstormed as a team and kind of tasked each one of us to identify some additional entities that we could provide some outreach and information to.
I would encourage you to reach out to one of our universities that have marketing programs, because they will be able to help you on a number of things. First of all, how to get you on the front page of Google. I think that you really should reach out and get that expertise. We have wonderful Regents institutions and community colleges, and I know that those professors, as well as those students, would be able to do that for you, to help you with that. I think that you might just consider what's best practice. We know that you go into for a physician visit or you go in for a dental visit, and usually within 24 hours, in fact, CVS, you do a drive-through pickup of a prescription, and for me, before I even get home, because it's a 30-minute drive, but before you get home, you have received on your device, how did we do? What could we do better? Would you recommend us to others? So there are all kinds of ways that you can, with geofencing, but with just setting up an automatic prompt. And so when you think about it, caseworker is supposed to be visiting a household every month. One of the things that was in our packet and presentation yesterday is, particularly as kids in foster get older, when they're those teenage years, they feel there's not that connection with their caseworker. That would be a way in which they could stay tethered to. But that implementation of the technology that's quick, it's easy, it's trackable, you can come up with all kinds of metrics on it. I think that would be worth spending some time, getting some experts, and maybe outside of government. You always want to make sure there's the security there, but I think if you see what are best practices that are occurring in business and industry, that could be a really positive model to make sure that we have that communication and that feedback. So you already know that there was some concern about the way in which your office came about. You and I have had lengthy conversation, but we do have this office and we want it to do the best that it can to serve, first and foremost, our Kansas kids, but to serve our state because we are guardians for those children. So thank you for your work. But if you need contact information, I'll share that with you. There, we have, again, a wealth of knowledge within our higher education that can help your office, definitely. Thank you.
I appreciate those comments, Senator, and I will be reaching out for some contact information. Thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up. I'm sure if you were in the room or not in the room yesterday, you heard or read about the couple that testified yesterday. And I just want to bring up while you're at the podium that not only in their testimony, but also privately afterwards sang praises for their advocate. And so I want to commend your office for that and that we continue to work together with them to try to bring a good resolution in that case. Thank you.
Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's nice to have you here today and to meet you. It sounds like you were running on the ground before you ever hit the office. Usually it's a little after that, but you were in override mode. I look at this as an opportunity for collaboration between you and the DCF, and because in looking at those foster families that have left, maybe doing exit interviews with each one of them to find out, what was the good, what was the bad, where can we do more? It's a learning process for you, and it's a learning process for DCF then to help in that area. And I think collaborating to do that without saying you're defending or supporting one group or another, it just provides more information. So it's a growing and learning opportunity. And I was going to say that was the same with what you were looking, and the last part just dropped out of my mind. I'm older. But what we were just talking about and being able to collaborate on marketing and things. I don't know if there's a newsletter that goes out to foster care families each month, but put something in there about your office. Put an update in there if there is a newsletter that goes, and I think there should be a letter that goes out with maybe any changes that have occurred in the law or the things that might assist foster care parents. If we're looking at 2,500 or something, we're not looking at hundreds of thousands, but formulate a letter that intertwines and brings that as a program to work together on it and share that information. So it's a work of collaboration. Thank you very much for what you've done.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
So when you say you're fully staffed, what's the number? How many do you employ?
So we have 3 case analysts and an office administrator. So we're essentially a staff of 5 right now.
Can you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. So I have Elizabeth Falsgraf, who's one of our case analysts, and then I have Sarah Giesick. I say your name wrong. Sarah Giesick, office administrator.
Yeah, I feel your pain on that. I've been doing that. I do it. I was going to say I've been doing it all day. I do it all the time. I was wondering, have you had an opportunity to take a look at the post-audit report that came back? Okay.
I have, yes, Representative, yes.
Yeah, and I don't really have a question about that because I have no idea how you might use that, but I just wanted to make sure that you had seen it and draw your attention to it.
We were actually having a conversation about it within our team. And again, when I mentioned trying to be a platform for information and bringing, whether it's the citizens review panels or the post-audit or, the task force, some of their work that they're doing, if we can help facilitate bringing all of that information to a platform and hopefully identifying then concerns that across the board, different groups are hearing and seeing, and hopefully then having a greater impact on change.
Yeah, I think what made me think of that was when you said something about systemic problems so don't have to reinvent the wheel. Some of that work has already been done. Do we have any other questions? Okay, looks like you're good to go.
I appreciate the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being flexible with your time as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for the committee's entertainment, I did Google search Kansas Child Advocate yesterday, and it came up #1. And I Googled Kansas Advocate today, deleted the child position, and it came up #2. And with press in the room here today, I would think that word will be getting out. So thank you.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
And while you were talking, I liked your Facebook page and followed you on Twitter. So.
Excellent. And I am not a good social media person individually, so I'm learning the process along the way myself.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay. So next up, we're going to hear about the Child Care Provider Appreciation Bonus Program. And I would like to call on Drew Duncan with KDHE. Hi there.
Hi. Will these slides come up? I assume there's a presentation, but you also have them though, so.
Oh, yeah.
I don't need the PowerPoint presentation,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, we've got it.
Okay, sorry. So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today and talk a little bit about the Child Care Workforce Appreciation Bonus Program. My name is Drew Duncan. I work for KDHE. I am the Screening and Surveillance Section Chief, but I am also day 9 of serving as the Interim Bureau Chief for Family Health. So bear with me as I get through this. I'll do my best to answer any questions. Since you have them there in front of you, I won't read verbatim. I'll highlight some points. If you feel free to stop me during or wait till after if there's something that stands out to you. We'll get started a little bit on the significance of the Child Care Bonus Program. We recognize that child care is a critical component of the Kansas economy. Staffing, retention, and recruitment of child care staff are a constant issue that we're facing. And so we hope that the goals of this program is to reduce the gap in wage disparities that we know exist, but also acknowledge and support an industry that was hit so hard by the pandemic. And then we hope that this increases the retention of new and long-term staff. And then lastly there, hope that it does provide a boost to Kansas's economy through the increase of discretionary funds for our workforce. A little bit of background. The Child Care Workforce Appreciation Bonus Program is an opportunity to recognize child care workers and their commitment to the field of early childhood. Each child care worker can apply for a one-time appreciation payment up to $2,500. The program launched July 18th, and applications will be accepted through December 10th of 2022 at 5 p.m. The bonus program is administered through the Kansas Department of Health, but is a coordinated effort with Child Care Aware and DCF, as you can see there as well. On the next slide, you have the eligibility requirements. The first and foremost, you must be currently employed and regularly working at least weekly, any number of hours in a paid position at a Kansas licensed child care facility or license exempt Head Start program. And there you can see some of the eligibility requirements based on length of time and employment and number of hours working. You must be able to show proof of employment with a recent paycheck or pay stub, a canceled check within 1 month of application, or proof of ownership through a current KDHE-issued license with the applicant's name on it as the licensee. And then in order to complete the payment, you must be able to submit a completed and signed W-9. On the next page there, or slide, it'll give you the application schedule and phases. This was done to support the back-end staff with facilitating the applications. Individuals can apply at any time. Technically, we'll receive that, but we've done this to try and work through those in an orderly manner. So I won't read too much there. I will pause to give you a second to review that. And Senator Baumgartner may have a question. I'd be happy to answer.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think that this came up when you had some of those, in July, there were some of those phone-in or Zoom-type meetings going over this. But, so the person must currently be employed.
That's correct.
So even though we're using funding that came as a part of the rescue plan, why is it that folks that worked during the time of COVID and perhaps because of COVID are unable to work now, why is it that they cannot be compensated if they worked for more than 6 months' time?
Senator Baumgartner, that's an excellent question. I honestly do not know the answer to that. I assume a lot of the requirements and protocols were put in place prior to me coming on just a little bit ago, but I can certainly check into that, coordinate with our partners, and get an answer back to you.
And if I might, Madam Chair, I mean, that does seem to me to be a tremendous loophole. So if you worked and had been working for a period of time for a child care facility, but it closed down because of the owner.
Right.
Or you worked, but you had to stop because perhaps you got COVID and have lingering long COVID, or you're having to care now for a family member or for grandchildren or whatever that circumstance because of COVID. It just seems that now that we don't have the spread that was occurring at the time, that those that were serving during the time should have some opportunity for compensation because they were frontline workers. So thank you.
Yeah, and that's an excellent observation. I'd like to understand that better myself. Okay. On the next slide, you have the estimated number of eligible workers. You can see there a little under 22,000 that are determined to be eligible to receive this bonus. And there it's broken down by facility and license type. I'll give you just a moment there if you have any questions, and I'll move on to the next slide for you. Okay, and then on the next slide is our promotion and outreach activities. There you can see a number of activities that have taken place to advertise and promote the bonus appreciation program. Child Care Aware of Kansas created a website dedicated to this, held several pre-launch webinars, and then you can see there that 12,000 emails to date went out to potentially eligible applicants for this. There were some on that list who may not be eligible, and also it's noted that there may be some who didn't receive that email who may also be eligible. And then ongoing advertising and marketing efforts are taking place through the 3 coordinated agencies. On the next slide there, I won't read that to you, but again, there's the application process, and then our process on the agency side as far as processing those applications and getting them submitted for payment through our fiscal. And you also know there that we have switched from direct deposit to issuing paper checks. There are a number of issues with the direct deposit having those payments be kicked back with errors in accounting information. So on the KDHE side, I've spoken to fiscal this morning. It has sped up our process a bit with the paper checks, but it has delayed the Department of Administrations because they're getting an influx of W-9s to work through. So, but again, I think with any program, we're working through the kinks, and we've addressed the direct deposit issue and hope to see a better success rate with getting those to the applicants with the paper checks. On the next slide, some common questions that we've received and answers. There is no requirement for how the payment should be spent. It is taxable income. The payment does go to the individual themselves, and licensing compliance history does not impact eligibility. And then, sorry if I'm running through these quickly. I know they're in front of you. Okay. I was here this morning, so I know it's been a long day for y'all. But on the next slide there, you have challenges and ongoing solutions. As with in a number of industries, there's some, and myself included, not very tech savvy, and so that has been an issue. Child Care Aware has been amazing, providing technical support and assistance for those individuals who need a little bit more support in navigating the system and getting their application in. Another issue that we've faced is that applicants are not able to be verified in CLARIS, which is the child care licensing data system, and we use that as a verification method. And so in those instances, notification is sent to the applicant saying that you're not eligible because of that, not being able to be verified, and gives them next steps on what to do. They can reach out to Child Care Aware for some technical support, but it does refer them back to their provider so that they can. It's also an excellent education opportunity for the provider. They need to have that system, that information up to date with the providers on their staff. And then, as Senator Baumgartner mentioned, workers applying and no longer working at the time of verification are not eligible for payment under the current setup. The next slide, it would be the technical assistance and support contact information for Child Care Aware. And then the last page there is a little bit of data from the program this far. We've processed a little under 8,000 applications. Only 90 applicants have received a notification that determined them to be potentially ineligible. We say potentially because there is a potential that they are working for a provider and it just hasn't been verified in our system. And there you can see we have 4,700 applications for fiscal payment representing a little over $11 million. And to date, our KDHE fiscal has dispersed and paid a little over $950,000. And there you can see some numbers that are provided by our partners, Child Care Aware, with the number of calls and emails that they fielded. I think that's it. I will now stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. And it's okay that you fly right through it. I mean, it's important for us to have these,
yes,
you know, to look at later if we want to refer back to them. Anyone have questions here? Representative Johnson.
Yes, first, thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question that was referred to me. If you work at a federal child care facility and this one was particularly at Fort Leavenworth in my district, do they also qualify?
I'm going to speak, but hopefully not put my foot in my mouth. I believe so, but that's something that I could verify. I believe that any licensed child care provider.
Yeah, they would be a licensed.
Then they should be eligible. But but I will confirm that and get that back to you all to make sure that I'm speaking correctly to it. But that would be my understanding. If they work for a licensed childcare provider in Kansas and they're currently working a number of hours or any number of hours, that they would be eligible for the bonus.
Then, Madam Chair, I have a letter from one of my constituents, one in my community about this. Can I read it into the record?
Sure.
It's not very long. No.
Okay.
No, ma'am. Joint Welfare Oversight Committee, Kansas Legislature, to whom it may concern. The Trinity Family Learning Center in Basehor, Kansas extends their grateful appreciation for the Child Care Provider Appreciation Bonus Program administered by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. The support of local daycare workers comes at a time of great need in child care. It is a lifesaver. On behalf of Trinity Lutheran Family of Faith Church, which manages the daycare center, thank you for a direct and timely support to child care workers in Kansas. In his name, Timothy H. Johnson, TFFLC Elder.
Thank you. Do you want to? Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here and sticking out this long day with us. Under the eligibility requirements, I didn't see anything about an employee evaluation. And we hear a lot about bad apples, on this committee and how one can certainly, spoil the cart. Is there any sort of evaluation process?
That is not a component of this program. We don't take any staff evaluations, performance reviews into account. I think our support staff who are administering applications it might be a nightmare for them to do. So no, that's not a consideration.
And this is just off the top of my head. I've not thought it through. I don't know how you would do something like that, but just, I know we hear a lot about how, like I say, one bad actor can spoil the whole thing. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see a page number, but it's just, it's under common questions and answers. Does licensing compliance history impact eligibility? You indicated that they have to be a licensed child care facility.
Mm-hmm.
So the compliance history, if they were not compliant in their licensure, when did they have to become compliant for them to be eligible for this?
That is a great question. So I'm learning the ins and outs, and so I know there's multiple levels of noncompliance, or it may be a small violation to much larger violations. Okay. But I think the intention of this was to not impact the workers themselves with anything related to the facility that they may be working to, or any history that might prevent the workers that are working at that facility be prevented from receiving this bonus payment.
Okay, and I'm looking at the chart that shows the program and license type, the count of active employees, I believe it is, greater than or equal to 6 months. So it seems to kind of project out, I think, but it's been cut off on our page. So how many total folks do you believe are eligible for this?
So total, I believe, and that's active more than 6 months and less than 6 months, is 21,846 that are determined to be eligible. And I apologize, I did come in earlier and saw that they've been slightly cut off.
That's okay. Well, I guess that leads me to this question, because $53 million was set aside for this. So it seems to me that there's adequate funding for those folks during COVID in 2021. It could be compensated if your organization.
Yeah, and I would agree with you.
Find some rationalization for that.
That makes sense to me.
I think we're missing the mark, and as we have tried to in the legislature address with funding those businesses that had to shut down, those businesses that were severely impacted by property taxes and things like that.
Yep.
So it seems to me these workers that did work during the time when COVID was most rampant, it would be wonderful if This, to me, is an internal policy. It's not a federal policy. So if that could be revisited.
Yeah, and I certainly, I will touch base with our partners at DCF. I know that we facilitate the application process and the payment, so I honestly couldn't say how much input KDHE had in making that determination of the eligibility requirements, but I am more than happy. I think I can appreciate your perspective on that, and I'm more than happy to take that back and with our team and talk through that and see if there's things that can be done and inform the committee.
Okay. What we want is that funding to be used, and we want to recognize the workforce and our appreciation for the times that they did serve Kansans.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Yep.
And welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, we made it through the agenda and finished early. Before we wrap up for today, always working on the agenda for next time. Is there anything that you would like to address at the next? I mean, this isn't your last chance to say something, but if there was something that you heard in the last 2 days that Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, obviously, one of the things that did come, front and center this morning is for us to have language for the baby box, and also needing to codify that proviso language for the care providers into something that would be law. And so if we can kind of start that work so that we get a sense of what language might be, I think that would be helpful. And then I think we perhaps need to, based on the presentation that was made, as well as far as those pieces of legislation that didn't make it up and over on both sides, I think we perhaps should have just kind of that legislative game plan as far as what things we can do to be ready for the legislative session to make sure that these get through. Something like the baby box. I know we have a habit in the legislative process to perhaps get it up and out of one committee and then perhaps pass it out of that house, and then it sits there because we need vehicles. But I have to tell you that when I think about the impact that having those baby boxes, to me, that is the type of law that we should want to get up and out of both sides. Get it passed in both houses, get it to the governor, so that our communities can start serving that need. And so that DCF can help us in that process, because there are federal funds out there to advertise. Communities are going to want to partner in this. And so when we talk about what can we do truly to help Kansas families, here's one of those if we just get that language changed and start moving forward. And so, I think sometimes there's a time for legislation to just be able to stand on its own because of its merits. And I think that this is one of those things that, regardless of what your House or Senate district is, whether you're new or returning to the legislature, this is something that is working in other states. And why would we want to wait until veto session? Why would we want to wait on that? Why would we not want to have a unanimous House and Senate vote and get it to the governor so that it's an early action, so that we really are being proactive to help our state?
Yeah, and thank you for those comments. Yeah, the communities are ready to roll on this, and it's too bad we have to wait till January, but hopefully we'll be on top of it and ready to go when Senator Gossage.
I would concur with everything that Senator Baumgartner just said, and I would also add that I know that Representative Concanon, we talked at break about how we in the Senate committees had worked on the Office of the Child Advocate. The House has worked on the Office of the Child Advocate. We know that an executive order can be taken away just as quickly as it was added. So I think it's important that we work together as teams to codify into statute about the child advocate position.
Okay. I think that as far as for our next meeting, I think that we'll be working on recommendations, and so that will be, part of that. So Representative Johnson and then Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, during the lunch break, I already sat down and I've talked with Senator Gossage. I've met briefly with the revisor's office, and I've already had contact with some law enforcement agencies and public safety. I'm stand ready to present a pre-file when we go in. So if at our next meeting is what, October, November?
November.
And then I think it'll be official on the elections, and then I have to wait until then, don't I? Am I correct?
Yeah.
Before I can officially submit a
Yes,
request.
we may do it as a committee.
That's
though,
fine.
so-
Absolutely, I'm good with anything. But by the time you come back, there will be some media stuff already coming out because I'm going to reach out on that.
Good.
And then I can give a report. We can deal with that. Thank you.
Good. Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also see the baby box as a priority. I also know that oftentimes we feel there are priorities, but maybe leadership doesn't put it in as high a priority as we do. I think there needs to be bipartisan discussion between both sides that says this is not something that we need to wait on. This is not for political games. It's not for one-upsmanship. And I'm not saying this against one side or the other, but we have to be better stewards of policy than we have been. And we have to make it known that we can't wait 2 or 3 years while somebody wants to put it in a different bill or waits till the end of the session to make something happen. That's not good for Kansans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other discussion? Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as what things that we could perhaps address at our next meeting, I think it might be helpful if we kind of revisit the issue with regard to children that are in foster and the length of time it's taking for them to be adopted. And so what really is happening and moving or changing to move that process along so that kids aren't in foster, not a permanent home, for 2, 3, 4, 5 years before that adoption process becomes a reality. Because for them, it's that forever home. And so I think if we did a little bit more of a deep dive just as far as what are some of the complications with that adoption process, but also in the perfect world, how would it move along, and what can be done or what is being done within the agency to kind of move that along, to change that, because that is one of those benchmarks that we're being evaluated on, is how long it's taking these kids to get adopted. Now, I did talk to an adoption attorney, and he indicated that if the paperwork's there, it should be able to be processed fairly quickly, within a month's time. We passed a piece of legislation that also changed where it was that the papers had to be signed this end of session. That came to the Senate from Representative Humphreys. So again, that would be one example of something that, that occurred to kind of help expedite the process. But we can't work to get rid of the roadblocks or the speed bumps if we don't know what those are. And I don't think we've really kind of done that deep dive, at least not in a while.
Yeah, just educate ourselves on the process there too. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, and my apologies for jumping the gun to recommendations when that won't be until November, but.
No, that's part of the discussion I want.
Good,
during this
okay.
too. Yeah.
So I would like to add on to what Representative Neighbor said earlier, and I hope that in November we'll be able to have a discussion. Maybe we could get something from the advocate's office. They said that we're going to work on a survey, and I totally agree with these exit interviews with our families that have chosen not to renew their license to be foster parents. And I think the advocate's office is the perfect place. They would feel more comfortable and not feel that they may have these repercussions or whatever we've all heard about. So I hope that we'll be able to have that by then and that we can take a look at that in November.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Oh, you're not online anymore. Nobody's on? Okay. Okay, I don't see anything else, so we're adjourned. Thanks.